We're still waiting for Roland to connect.
Who we have tonight, Christine or Nova?
Christy.
It is me. Probably should just start, huh?
All right, it is now 6 o'clock, so I will call the meeting of May 3rd, 2021 to order. Before we go to closed session, City Attorney, is there any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if the city council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss the item agendized for closed session discussion, which is item number 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. The title of that case is Williams versus City of Hollister, San Benito County Superior Court case number CU 2000203. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any comments from the public?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Present.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to closed session.
Or would it be 4?
Yes. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Perez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Present.
Mayor Velazquez?
Here.
Thank you. City Manager Miller?
Present.
City Attorney Epperson?
Also present.
Interim Police Chief Reynoso?
Here.
Thank you. The verification of agenda posting. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of May 3rd, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on April 28th, 2021 at 5:03 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city council discussed in closed session the item agendized for closed session as read into the record before moving into closed session, and direction was given to staff. The city council recessed from closed session at 6:20 PM. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like to pull A3.
Okay. Any other items from council? Do we have any items from the public?
We have no items for the public, but I would like to pull item A1, please.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion carries 4-0.
We'll move to item A1.
Thank you. For item A1, I'd like to amend on those minutes, item G2 under informational reports, Tim Burns's informational reports, to change it from all of his money to all money earned by serving as the District 4 council member.
You want to keep it as all your money, Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a fairly generous person, as is my wife, but I do have my limits.
Okay, sir. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Any comments from council? All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-0.
We'll now move to item A3. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the city clerk for the council report, and it may be past city practice or policy, but I'd like to understand it better in regards to, it's my understanding that the claim is for a tire and a rim that were damaged, that they had verifiable, documentable costs to repair in the mid $400 range, as I recall. And I'm just wondering why, in cases like this, it feels like it may be a routine denial, and I'd like to better understand why, because it seems like a reasonable request to me.
Mayor, I can answer this one. The main reason with this one is that the damage happened on Shore Road out in the county, so it would not be a city claim.
Perfect. That's fine. Couldn't be any better. Thank you.
I think to expand on that, one of the other reasons is as you give these more time to be investigated through the insurance companies, you can find other mistakes that can happen like this on some of the other claims where it turns out maybe it's a county fault, maybe it's the state's fault, maybe it's a property owner's fault before we agree to pay. If we agreed to pay upfront and then found out later it was not our fault, it'd be much harder to come back and take that back. So it gives the process more time. You know, obviously, if it is the city's fault, the insurance company does come back and settle the claim.
If I could add to that also, that we always deny the claim and send a letter of rejection, which starts the statute of limitations, which protects them and protects us, and takes it out of the city's hands into the risk management's hands. They do the investigation, and then they make the determination.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor, for my education. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
and the motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We will now go to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
If I could maybe add to that, that if anyone's on Zoom and they want to speak, to just raise their hand, and if anyone's on Zoom via their phone, to please press *9. David
Thank you
Huboy.
for adding that. It's very important.
Mhm. David Huboy? David, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yeah, my name is David Huboy Hollister. Last Saturday afternoon, I attended the grand opening of the River Park Trail. And my purpose being there was twofold. I certainly wanted to witness the celebration of the wonderful achievement, and I actually to hike the trail to the end of the bridge at 4th and Graff Road. There at the edge of the overpass lies a graffiti memorial. This memorial was reported to have been created by the homeless community over a long period of time and was brought to the attention of the Public Art Review Committee by Robin Pollard. A letter by Arturo Rosette, along with a photograph of the exhibit, has been disseminated. I hope you have received that correspondence. It is the consensus of the Public Art Review Committee that this display has artistic merit. As I witnessed the memorial, I noticed the names sensitively done in a pastoral setting of flowers, butterfly, and hearts of pastel colors. Since then, I reached out to the community through social media, and I have learned from several that yes, indeed, several are names of loved ones passed away, loved ones from our homeless and disadvantaged community. This portion of graffiti is very meaningful and emotional in helping a community grieve and pay tribute to those who have passed away. It really does voice the needs and respect from a collective community. The Public Art Review Committee has the following recommendations. 1, that the portion of the graffiti identified in the letter not be whitewashed over. 2, that a process for working with that community to determine the fate of the memorial be established, and where possible, resources be provided to best preserve and or modify the mural so that it becomes well integrated as part of the new trail. 3, that consideration be given to the future of the area to prevent future unwanted graffiti while creating and sustaining a meaningful relationship with all communities in that area. Future trail pedestrians, as well as the homeless community that often uses this space as a resource. This portion of graffiti art provides an excellent opportunity to show goodwill and strengthen relationships between multiple communities. The Public Art Review Committee recommends that the memorial portion of the bridge be preserved until further discussion and collaboration with the community that created it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Elia Salinas?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would like first to again voice my, I guess, concern as to why the mayor and Councilman Resendez continue to not be at the dais. We want to see your face. We want to make sure you're paying attention. It's part of being a council member that we know where you are, and that if we see your face, we know that you're paying attention to your constituents when we're speaking. Both Mayor, you have been a very outspoken advocate in the health of this community when it comes to COVID. You've been doing your videos, you've been doing notices for everybody to comply and be safe out there. Yet, both you and Councilmember Resendez continue to participate in large group gatherings. I know you're wearing your mask, but yet when it comes to city council meetings, you don't show up, and you're safer at the city council meeting than you're out in the public. So I really would like for you guys to, I've been saying this for more than a year, please show up to the dais. On April the 19th at the city council meeting, the discussion was brought up with regards to the motorcycle rally for 2021. And there is no contract with the promoter. And yet the promoter put out on social media that the rally was being canceled. Well, the rally was not canceled. There was not enough time to negotiate a new contract. And it was the concerns of Chief Reynoso that also the liability that it puts the city in, that having to gather or have enough law enforcement in preparation for this event, there's just not enough time. And Mayor Velasquez, you were quoted in the Benito link after this April 19th meeting that you were welcoming that there's no sanction for motorcycle rally in Hollister this year, but the bikers are welcome during the 4th of July weekend. And you're hoping that thousands may still come down. It's mind-boggling that you've been an outspoken advocate in favor of compliance with COVID protocols, yet we are still in COVID. We're not out of it. We're still going through this, and I don't understand why you would go out there and invite thousands of people to come to our community and put us in some type of a super spreader. So thank you for taking my time, just letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. On the regards to the mural on the bridge, I will contact the CAO of the county to discuss the concerns of the citizens, as I believe that bridge is their bridge. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, sir. D2.
Nothing to report on that one also.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move now to item E1, public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Department, Planning Manager and Interim Director. The item before you is Ordinance 1201. It's an ordinance to amend the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and development known as West of Fairview. If you recall, at the last regular City Council meeting of April 19th, 2021, the City Council approved the first reading of this ordinance with changes. Very briefly, the changes included as follows. They're threefold. One, the original request from the applicant was that the development agreement term limit extend 10 years from 2022 through 2032. However, the April 19th meeting was approved. The first reading was approved with the change of, instead of having a 10-year extension, it would be a 5-year extension up until May 1st, 2027. And the second change was that the award homes indicated that in order for them to be able to agree to that, it would be very important for them to have the city council eliminate the allocation limits of the building permit requirements of 75 building permits after the 220. So that was the second change that was occurred. City council approved the first reading, eliminating that building allocation requirement. The third change was that the original proposal from Award Homes was to eliminate the 33 small lot single family home for affordable housing and replace that with 50 apartment units. The city council approved the first reading with not only keeping the 33 small lot single family homes as affordable, but also adding 100 apartment units. The city council approved the first reading on April 19th and directed staff to bring the second reading for tonight, May 3rd. In consulting with the city attorney, it was advised that the changes that occurred during the April 19th meeting should have been trivial or minor, and that the changes were actually significant enough to actually bring it back for today as a first reading instead of the second reading. So therefore, tonight we recommend that the changes that occurred along with the entire ordinance be read again for the first reading and then be brought back on the next regular meeting of May 17th for the second reading. The fourth change that occurred for the development agreement, it wasn't a change, it was already agreed upon since the very beginning, which was that the CFD 2 and the lighting and landscaping district annexation requirement currently required in the development agreement were to be removed and replaced with annexation into CFD 4 and CFD 5, police and fire. And that was a very significant change to the original requirement that, and I'll indicate the specific number. Specific number indicated that the annual amount with this change would be of $702,076.29 with this change from CFD 2 and lighting and landscaping district to annex into CFD 4 and CFD 5. And so that has not changed. That remains the same. So with the adoption of this ordinance, that would remain the same, where we would still require them to annex into CFD 4 and CFD 5. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce Ordinance 1201, an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview, and schedule a second reading of the ordinance for the next regular meeting of the City Council on May 17th, 2021. This concludes the report. I would be glad to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado, thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure that maybe my first question might not be better answered by Mr. Epperson. And so, but if you're qualified and if you have the information, I'd welcome it regardless of the source.
Thank you.
So I guess my first question would be, what clearly defines trivial? Is there a legal definition? Because I want to just preface this by, I can't tell you how frustrated I am by the fact that we've gone through this exercise and now we're back to where we were. And my greatest fear is when we were full council, this thing went through on a 3-2 vote. And so I would have thought that if those changes were significant, it would have been brought forward during the council meeting and would have been addressed, or it would have been addressed in anticipation of it being brought to council. But yet here we sit now with a less than full council. And so this trivial thing really has me puzzled.
Councilmember Burns, there's a huge gray area as to what's trivial and what's not. However, usually you're looking at types of changes that would not require going back would be typographical errors, stylistic errors, maybe perhaps a renumbering of something, but where the substantive provisions have not changed. Here, what was proposed at the last city council meeting was, in my opinion, substantive enough that if it were challenged in the future, it could be viewed as a procedural error for the city council to have proceeded without having come back for a first reading.
So, Mr. Epperson, is there actually case law that would define, I've heard what you say that it's a hugely gray area, and I absolutely understand trivial from significant. But again, it's not like this was just all presented at the dais at that moment in time. I mean, the applicant had certain specific recommendations that I'm hearing you say, and I don't necessarily disagree, were significant, but it should have been brought up 2 weeks ago, not 2 weeks after the fact, when we have less than a full council.
So I'm sorry, Councilmember Burns, what exactly was the question?
Maybe it's not a question, maybe it's more of a comment, but again, this project has been on the council's agenda off and on now for over 20 years. It's in development and construction as we speak, and clearly, the only change that I recall from 2 weeks ago and 4 weeks ago, or whenever the first time they came before us was, they compromised, and they went from 50 affordable unit housing units to 100, and then they further compromised during the meeting to add the 33 residential units in as well as affordable. And really, all the other things were known well in advance of the city council meeting, so it's not new information. There were very few changes that happened during that meeting, and so I guess I'm just really frustrated by the fact that this thing just keeps coming back. And my greatest fear is, and this is probably a question, if we don't move forward with this tonight, where do we stand in regards to this project? And Mr. Prado, I welcome your comments as well as
Sure.
Mr. Epperson on this.
If the council chooses not to move forward with this second amendment to the developer agreement, then essentially the original developer agreement will remain intact for the next year, unless the council changes its mind in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. Yes, and in consulting with or contacting the applicants and letting them know that this, as soon as we were told that the opinion was to bring it back as a first reading, contacted the applicant, and after speaking with the applicant indicated that they were going to speak to their legal team and then get back to me. And basically when they did, they said that they would actually be willing just to move forward with the DA as is without any changes, and that they would be willing actually just to proceed. It was agendized, and so when they spoke to me, they thought that this item was going to be removed from the agenda, but it couldn't. It was already too late for them to. So I told them that we would have to present it, and they indicated that they weren't even going to be. I'm not sure if they are here. They indicated that they weren't even going to be on the call for tonight, that it really just depended on the council, that if they wanted to move forward, that would be great, but they did express that frustration as well.
Thank you, and for
Sure.
clarification, I've not spoken with anybody about this except for here and now. And so again, please reinforce for me that if we do not move this project forward in the affirmative, we're going to lose about $500,000 a year or more in CFDs.
Yes.
That is correct. That is my understanding as staff. Yes.
And we're also going to lose
Housing.
about 100 affordable housing rental units. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Tim. And as the DA stands right now, with the 33 units, if once they're advertised as affordable housing units, if within 180 days they are not sold, even those 33 units are in jeopardy of being
Okay.
reverted to market
Okay.
rate.
Well, I guess just my final comment would be, I hope my colleagues will take the high road in this situation and recognize the will of the council when it was full and fully seated. I certainly hope we get to consensus on this, because to lose that kind of money is unforgivable in my opinion, and I don't see where we're going to be able to negotiate anything more, and I firmly believe that successful negotiations requires the art of compromise, and I think there's been a lot of give and take, and I haven't lived around a project that's taken 10 years to build out, but I've lived in construction zones, and it is miserable. And I can assume that it's only going to get worse as the dust gets moved around, even with the mitigation. And so my hope is that we can move forward, if for no other reason than for the sheer dollars that are at play in this case. And I believe the applicant has absolutely put their best offer forward and have been willing to negotiate. That concludes my comments and thoughts, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Prado. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Epperson.
Yeah,
there-
Councilmember Burns, it was 700,000 is the difference.
Thank you.
Thank you for that
Any other,
clarification.
any other questions or comments from council?
Yeah, I got a comment question. Yeah, so I too am frustrated. You know, it's council made its decision, and now there's a potential for that to go backwards, and it's like, you know, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. So how do we, in future, similar situations, I mean, so while this was going on during this meeting, you know, I guess it's a lot of information for Mr. Epperson to figure out everything, and you know, hindsight's 20/20, and you get to go to your room, to your desk, and relook at everything and say, okay, well, we got to step on the brakes. I get that. But isn't there a process or a way that we can assure ourselves that we're not going to run into this situation again? I mean,
Councilmember Perez, we've certainly run into this situation in the past, as we did this time, and as councils regularly do. Anytime the public has been noticed and an agreement or a proposed agreement comes before the council, if there are significant changes, something beyond mere typological changes or corrections, that sort of thing, it typically needs to come back as if that was not the first reading. So the only option there would be to not make any significant changes or not propose any significant changes, which is a difficult position for a council to be in,
I understand, thank you.
and for the applicant.
But I mean, shouldn't we be able to know before that meeting, before that topic is done, that, hey, this might be a potential stretch, so we might need to bring it back, to be informed instead of being surprised. You know, I feel, I don't know, it's like, it's just wrong with what's happening to this group, and it's like, especially if it doesn't pass tonight, it's just not right. And so I'd like to, for in the future, maybe you can really concentrate or put some more attention to something when it's like this happens, so that we don't have to come to this situation. So if you can advise us quicker or more informed, especially myself. I'm still new. I'm learning a lot still, and unfortunately, sometimes it's not a good thing. But I am learning, and so I guess my comment would be, hopefully in the future that we'd be able to, when a situation like this comes up, that we'd be able to get information from staff telling us there is a potential roadblock where we might have to bring it back, or that would be really great. And that's all I have to say.
We can endeavor to do that, Councilmember Perez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Prado, you said there was 1, 2, 3, 4 changes. And then number 2, you said eliminate building allocation requirement. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Resendez. The development agreement and settlement agreement of the development agreement has a stipulation that the 667 units that were approved and entitled for ward homes be developed at a ratio of allowed the 220 units be built first without any restrictions of when the ward homes can pull the building permits from the city of Hollister. And then after the 220th, then there is a regulation that no more than 75 building permits a year, all the way till it gets to the 667th unit, can be issued. And so that occurred during the time that the award homes entitlements, when award homes received the entitlements. At that time, there was a building allocation requirement. There was a restriction in the number of units that can be allowed, and so that was embedded in the development agreement and the settlement agreement. And so the applicant basically said that in order for them to not be able to take 10 years to develop the entire project, and they should be able to do it within 5, that stipulation would need to be removed of the 220 and 75 per year. And so that was one of the changes that occurred at the it was discussed since the March 1st meeting, and then at the April 19th meeting, there was a motion and approved to remove that allocation requirement. I hope
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helps.
And then
You're welcome.
I'm a little bit confused. So I'm confused because I thought the applicant sent us an email and asked to get off the agenda. But why, what's their rationale that they wanted to get off the agenda? So my understanding was that they changed their mind and they didn't want to move forward with this agreement. Is that correct, or am I confused about that?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Sendes. So once I called them and I let them know that the opinion was that they had to come back for a first reading tonight, instead of tonight being the second reading, they had at that time already basically had talked to their attorney, their team, and they feel that at this point they really don't need the extension of the time limits. They would still be willing to work with us for the annexations into the CFD 4 and 5 if we did allow them the 5-year extension. But at that point, they expressed frustration on coming back for another first reading instead of this being the second reading, and they basically said that they would be at this time able to meet the requirements to have all the 6 phases in and finalized by their current development agreement deadline. So they basically said at this point, instead of going back and starting over with the first reading, we just want to withdraw at this point. And so it was already too late. The item was already in, and so their last correspondence to staff was, look, if the city council approves it, we would be willing to go with it. If they don't, then it's fine. They indicated that they were not going to be here tonight regardless, they basically left it in the council's hands.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure, you're welcome.
So if we move forward without approving this, what we're going to be losing is the apartments.
The affordable
Yeah.
component of them, that is correct.
And the $700,000 difference in the CFDs.
Correct.
Correct.
And the time limit extension,
Yes.
right?
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Correct. The time limit extension remains at 2022. So the current DA expires on May 1st, 2022. However, they feel that they are able to get their final maps completed and by the submitted and completed before that date. So that is correct. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards? Or this time we'll open to public hearing. Do we have speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Elias Salinas?
Hi, good evening. I can understand Award Homes' frustration. We know this has been going on for actually more than 20 years, Councilman Burns, but it's been coming before City Council for 20 years. Here's a problem. The opinion, I guess it's a legal opinion and they decided now, this is a atypical occurrence from our city attorney. This is not the first time that he has not done his homework, and you ask him a question and he'll tell you, he will answer that he's not prepared to have that answer, even though he knew what was on the agenda. This is his job. This is why the city attorney is paid the amount of money every month by the city of Hollister to do his job. And his job was to be prepared, and that this should have occur, this should have been brought up at the last city council meeting. The March 1st meeting, when this happened, you knew exactly what it is that they wanted. They want to not be limited because of the moratorium to those 75 homes per year. It's ridiculous to continue to have award homes abide by a settlement agreement or a development agreement that happened in the late 90s or the 2000s because of the moratorium. It's like, I'm just so frustrated. This should never have happened. This is not the first time that something like this happens where the city attorney is not prepared. This is going to cost the city. I would urge police, and it's the mayor and Councilman Resendez. You voted no on this on the last time. I encourage you to please pass this through, approve it as the first reading, because it's going to cost the city. Not as it'll cost the city if you don't get the CFDs, okay? And if Award Homes has a lawsuit, that's what they've got. That's why they've already spoken to their legal counsel, because they know what the next step is. And the next step is to chew the city of Hollister up and spit it out, because the city attorney has failed to do his duty. A negligence on his part to put the city in liability for a lawsuit because he has failed one more time to do his job. I don't even have mi culpa from him. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council?
Close public.
Oh, I'm sorry. At this point, I will close public hearing. Thank you, City Clerk, for reminding me there. Any other questions, comments from council members?
Yeah, actually,
Councilmember Perez?
just one real quick, so if this was approved, the, stage 1B would be the affordable apartments coming in? Is that correct? Or does my memory serve me right?
So,
Because I just had my birthday, so it could be wrong.
Councilmember Perez, thank you for that question. So an ordinance requires two readings. The first reading was officially April 19th. However, because there was changes to that first reading, the opinion was that it should come back again today as the first reading as opposed to the second reading. If that was not the requirement, then if the first reading was approved with those changes, without them being considered to be significant, then today would have been the second reading, and with the positive vote yes, a majority vote of yes today, if it was a second reading, then the ordinance were to be approved.
Correct. I guess
Completely.
my question was, is maybe you answered it, but as far as when the build starts, and I'm thinking optimistic, that part of phase 1, there was phase 1 and A and B, that the actual construction of the apartment units was going to be 1B. It's part of the first phase, though.
Correct.
Second part of phase 1. Yes.
So those phases remain the same. Yeah, those do not change. The only thing that's in question today would be the first reading of the ordinance for the changes to be as discussed this evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado,
Yes.
I've heard what you just told Councilmember Perez, and I understand it. However, there is a significant difference because none of those 100 apartment units would be moderate housing level or whatever the correct acronym is.
You're correct.
Right.
Yes.
So they'd be at market rate, correct?
They would be at market rate, correct,
So
Councilmember
that
Turner.
may help to address some of our housing needs, but it certainly won't help those that are without means, correct?
That is correct. That certainly would address our market rate rental need, but not necessarily the below market rate for rentals. That
Thank
is
you,
correct.
Mr. Prado.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments?
Do.
Go ahead, sir.
So I agree with what the city attorney did. I don't think anybody could have foreseen all of the changes that were talked about and that were worked out, right? So I just want to be very clear. This project is going to get built out regardless. Either way, it's already been approved. They're saying now that they're willing to do it within the time that was originally agreed upon. And if that's what happens, if it's denied tonight, they're going to do that. But we will miss out on the CFD.
Correct.
We will miss out on the additional apartment units.
Correct.
We will miss out on, and then we're going to grant them 5 more years. Regardless of what we do, this project's going to get approved. But it sounds to me that if we approve this project tonight, the developer is actually going to have to do more than what they would in the original agreement. Can that be altered or changed in the future, Abraham, if we're not here?
You are correct, Councilmember Resendez, that they are, if approved tonight and ultimately at the next city council meeting with the second reading, that they would have to provide additional, what was discussed today, the affordable housing units and the CFDs. And the only way that that can be altered in the future would be if they come back before the council again to request an amendment to that established development agreement. That would be the only way, unless there's other ways legally. But through this process, it would be if they come back again and through a public hearing like we're doing tonight, want to make additional changes. At that time, those changes that would need to be considered publicly.
So there's a chance, just like we altered it this time around, there is a chance a future council can alter it as well, right?
There is that possibility, but it would have to go through a public hearing process as we're doing today. And it is my understanding that with this change, they would just proceed with the change as stated now.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to give my opinion on this project, and I'm extremely disappointed hearing the public member and accusations of the city attorney doing a horrible job and reasons why he shouldn't be there, different things. Just absolutely disappointing that that language is being used or thrown about as, again, the conspiracy theories and all the other things they get thrown about. City attorney did absolutely the right thing. There were major changes here, and the public needed to know about it. These are not minor changes. This is part of the law. This is what you do to make sure you're covering your bases correctly so you don't get sued from one side or the other. So city attorney did the right thing here, and I think the public needs to understand that. And unfortunately, there are those that would continue to throw out misinformation. I'll tell you my feeling about this project. I've made this clear for many, many years. This is one of those stinker of a projects that should never have been approved in the first place. And mistake after mistake or opportunity after opportunity was made with this project. You know, to say the unfair to the developer, absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. The developer could have started doing that work in 2008, but they didn't. They held off, and the council in 2011 are the ones that could have stopped this thing and asked for a much better project. But they granted this group another 10 years. And here we are again, 10 years later, talking about this project and what should have happened. And yet I'm hearing people blame the city and how hard it was for the developer. Absolutely incorrect. The developer made it hard on themselves. No one else was at fault. A lot of things should have been changed at the last meeting, in my opinion. Much more should have been asked for them. Councilmember Resendez is absolutely correct in that this project is going to be built no matter what, because that's what's happened. And quite frankly, the council at the last meeting, at 3-2 vote, basically solidified that with their vote on the project. Now, yes, it's not a 5-member council right now, but I don't think that changes the fact that this council, by majority, did approve those changes. And I've been around long enough to understand that, though that decision was made and that developer had his pathway to move on from there. And that was, whether I like it or not, I don't. That's what the decision was by the council. I'm hoping in the future we learned from this project so we don't continue to make the same mistakes again or ever again. We should never have had a 20-year project or a project that was designed in the late 90s being built in the 2021. It's just an absolute shame, and we should have learned from this project. But I'm not going to sit here and say no to this, because the fact is the majority of the council did vote for it, and that decision was made, and it is a much better deal than what it was in the past. As I said, I would have asked for much, much more, and I would have kept the 10-year time frame to smooth out the traffic issues we're going to experience from this and the issues with the impacts on our schools we're going to experience from this. But that is a decision the council made at the last meeting. I don't like that it was rushed in hopes that it would be taken care of before the other council member left. I think there should have been a better process to it. But I want to make it clear, the city attorney did the absolute right thing. Bring this back for a full reading. And I want to add, it was not me that called the city attorney or anybody else about this project whatsoever. The vote happened. It was a majority vote, 3-2, and that project's going to move on. And again, let's make sure we're making better planning in the future, which I think we are doing with a lot of the work we've been doing recently. So with that, I will ask for a motion.
So move to approve resolution number 2021-73.
Sir, you have to read it. You have to read the line, read by title only, that
Okay.
section there.
All
Read
right.
that.
All right, Mayor, thank you. Move to approve resolution number 2021-73, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister declaring the condition of certain properties.
Sorry, Tim.
I'm sorry,
Up
I'm-
one. You want E1.
E1.
I'll get it right 3 tries for a quarter. A motion to approve ordinance number 1201, an ordinance of the City of Hollister approving the Second Amendment to the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview.
The portion says there, read by title only, waive full reading.
I'm not seeing that, but,
Under the recommendation,
okay,
you read that portion there.
okay. Let me just start again. I am now thoroughly confused, but again, this is part of my
These are very
education.
confusing, so don't feel bad about it
So-
whatsoever.
So I apologize to everybody viewing my ignorance. Recommendation to hold a public
Read.
hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview.
Ordinance number 1201.
Correct.
All
Would
right,
you
there is
like
a motion.
me to read the title?
I'm sorry. Maybe somebody else should make this because.
Go, no, keep
You're
going,
right
keep
there,
going.
sir. You're
No,
right
you
there.
did it.
Just
You
read
did-
the,
yeah, I'm
again, the
sorry, you're
very top ordinance number.
Okay, ordinance number
1201.
1201, an ordinance of the City of Hollister approving the Second Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview. Am I done?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That works.
Wow,
Thank you.
that was
That's-
painful.
The public hearings are
Scared me.
tricky. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
I will second, Mr. Mayor.
The motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Give me just one. Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item E2.
Hi, this is Charlie. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Hi,
can.
this is Charlie. Can you guys? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister declaring a condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance and ordering the abatement of weeds therein, conducting a hearing for the receipt of objection to the proposed abatement of fire. Oh, by the way, this is Charlie Bedolla, the acting fire chief. I'm sorry. This public hearing is to hear objections to the proposed abatement of the weeds and other flammable materials existing on said properties. So this is our second reading now. We've had the month long, and now after today, if people haven't mitigated their weeds, we'll send in our lawnmower guy to go ahead and take care of the problem now.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? No? Do we have any speaker cards? I'll open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have one speaker, Elia Salinas. Elia, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for the record, Chief Bedoya, would you please tell the public what the fines will be with regards to what's the penalty when they fail to abate their weeds or when you have to send somebody in there? The city will send them a bill and also there's a fine? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and answer that real quick. It's we don't fine it, but we do go ahead and go take care of the weeds. And a lot of the times the people that own the property will say, you know what, go ahead and mow it and then send us the bill. So the people that don't comply, we'll go ahead and mow it and then we send them the bill. And if they don't pay it, then we usually put a lien on the property until they pay it.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor?
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, do we actually charge our actual true cost recovery fees for staff time allocated to processing the abatement and or if there are liens necessary, do we capture the cost of staff time for that as well?
I believe there is an administrative cost on there too. We do a contractor, so it's minimal. I mean, it's our regular staff time, staff duties of our prevention bureau and office bureau that takes care of that. And then we do everything else like the cruising of the lots, just to patrolling of the lots, just to find them. And we do that on duty also. So we do have a little administrative fee in there also. And this one we don't do after hours. So it's within our scope and our scope of work.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. At some point, I think we probably should move to have further conversations about fines and penalties, because otherwise it seems like we're simply providing the property owners who are not caring for their own properties, we provide them with a mowing service. And as long as we can do it for them at an affordable rate, I don't think they'll ever stop having us do it. So thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
Yeah, just so you know, this is just the empty lots. We do have lots that have properties on them that goes through code enforcement, and I believe we do start off at $250 a fine on up to the lien of the property also. So we do some fines in conjunction with code enforcement also.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? I would agree with Mr. Burns. I think sometimes it's easier for some of these property owners to ignore it and just receive the bill and pay for it than it is for them to take the time to do it on their own. And we do need to come up with some type of policy to make it much more expensive, so it's not our responsibility to go around and tell them to mow their lawn or mow their weeds. So it's just for the future. We have other things we need to be working on. Okay, I believe we've closed public hearing, and now the questions from council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item E3.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Maria. I'm the Cannabis Affairs Manager within the Development Services. And the item before you tonight is for the revocation of a cannabis manufacturing regulatory permit. On March 4th of 2021, the city manager revoked a cannabis manufacturing regulatory permit as is permitted under section 5.42.120, section C of the Hollister Municipal Code. Pursuant to section 5.42270 of the Hollister Municipal Code, LLXP Corporation is appealing the action taken by the city manager. Tonight, staff is recommending that the city council hold a public hearing, hear the appellant's statement, and motion to either overturn or uphold the city manager's action to revoke the cannabis regulatory permit to operate a cannabis manufacturing facility that was issued to Nicholas and Joseph Maxwell with LLXP Corporation. Staff is also here present to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Hearing none, we'll open to public for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Good evening. So the section 5.542.10, I know the violation is unknown, other than it's because it's for the health and the safety and the welfare of the citizens of Hollister. What exactly are the violations? Because that is very vague. And I think the public is entitled to know what the violation were. If it's for the safety, the health, and the welfare of the community, this, of all cannabis licenses, this business has absolutely no neighbors. It is at the airport. It is on Arrowway. It is at the furthest end. It used to be where Spark was. I think that was the name of it, where they did those seatbelt Spark things, that, not the seatbelts, but the airbags. There are no neighbors. What are the violations? I think we're entitled, as a public, I'm entitled to know what exactly that they violate that place the safety, the health, and the welfare of the citizens of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers?
David Morales. David, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding items E3 through E5 on behalf of LLXP. And I'd like to speak not necessarily as a matter of public comment, as I'm here representing as legal counsel for the permittee LLXP, and I'm accompanied by LLXP's sole shareholder, Joseph Maxwell. So I'm here to speak to this item on behalf of the permittee rather than as simply a member of the public. So presumably my comments and statements would not be limited to 3 minutes. So procedurally, can you just let me know, can I speak to this item on behalf of the permittee rather than in public comment?
At this time, we're in public comment. That should have been pointed out before we started public comment, so you get a major comments. City Attorney, and your advice on this?
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that the council make a decision as to whether or not it's going to allow the claimant here to speak for more than 3 minutes. And if that's the case, I would recommend that it be done after the public comment portion.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you like to wait till we see any other speakers and then we can make a decision on that once we close public comment?
Yes, and of course, if the council is going to decide that we cannot come back and speak, then there would be we would want to assert our objections, of course, to that. But yes, I think it
Thank you,
makes
sir.
sense for us to speak when the item's actually being considered.
Thank you. The next speaker.
There was a hand raised, but he disappeared completely.
Do we have any other speakers then?
We have no other speakers and hands raised.
All right, at this point, we will close the public hearing. We'll go back to the council. Is there consensus to give the attorney time to argue their case?
Question before we make that decision, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, if we choose to deny it, we're going to set it for an appeal or an appeal hearing. Is that correct, City Attorney?
It certainly could be one of the bases on which they made an appeal, yes.
Oh, this is the appeal, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, then yes, I will, would like to hear what the attorney's saying. Thank you.
The other council members, how do you feel?
Is there a time limit as far as how much time he gets to speak, or is this?
I think it'd be best to leave that open if we're going to grant them the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Burns?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time we could hear from Mr. Morales.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you very
go ahead.
much. I appreciate the opportunity to address Mr. Mayor and the City Council. With your council's permission, I'd like to state a number of objections and requests for the record. First, LXP requests that these three matters be considered in closed session rather than an open session. As your council may recall, in 2018, LXP previously appealed a recommended revocation of LXP's permits at that time, and the City of Hollister Police Department intended to present information related to the proposed permit revocation, and the city required that that information be disclosed only in closed session because it was confidential information. In this case, the Hollister Police Department again apparently intends to present information relating to the proposed revocation, but this time in open session. So therefore, LXP respectfully objects to the city's use of a different process and a different treatment in this case. We would request an explanation why LXP is receiving different treatment in this instance. And we would like to bring to the council's attention the fact that LXP made at least 3 written requests for information to the city manager and staff regarding the basis of the proposed revocation. And all of LXP's verbal and written requests were ignored. Now the city proposes to disclose for the first time that information publicly in open session without any prior notice to LXP. So LXP is concerned that the information may be erroneous and that it may potentially disparage LXP or any affiliated persons and may cause harm to the reputations without any available remedy or recourse. LXP is also concerned that such public disclosure could potentially release confidential or private information and would deny LXP the opportunity to seek a protective order that may be appropriate. We're particularly concerned that the information may be erroneous as occurred on the last occasion, and that it may unnecessarily disparage LXP as I indicated. We're also concerned that this apparent plan to surprise LXP at this public hearing appears somewhat retaliatory and improper and may violate LXP's rights to due process, to equal protection, among other rights. Therefore, we object to the proposed disclosure in open session and request that all proceedings be held in closed session as was the city's prior practice. We request that no information be disclosed outside of closed session. The city has intentionally withheld from LXP the facts on which it is basing its recommendation. LXP has been denied the right to notice and an opportunity to be heard, and it's being denied an opportunity to seek a protective order or other remedy through the city or through the courts. LXP may be entitled to protect the confidentiality of this information and to seek some protection against the disparagement. We further object to the city manager purporting to take this action to revoke LXP's permits without notice and without an opportunity to be heard, and request that the city manager confidentially provide LXP a detailed explanation of the basis of its proposed actions as we previously requested. As your council may have noticed, the purported administrative decision that LXP received fails to provide any explanation of the basis for the administrative decision. It includes no findings of fact. It identifies no evidence in the administrative record supporting the decision, and it cites no law supporting the decision. Thus, the administrative decision appears unsupported by any evidence, or may in fact be based on mistake of fact or a misunderstanding of the facts, and if so, would constitute an abuse of discretion. And the administrative decision further cites no legal authority supporting its conclusion that the undisclosed facts in this case constitute the violations of the municipal code that were alleged. So, if so, the administrative decision may also be clearly erroneous. Given the manner in which the city manager issued its administrative decision, it appears to violate LXP's rights of due process and equal protection, among others, and it may be unconstitutionally arbitrary and capricious. LXP further contends respectfully that the city's appeal process itself violates LXP's constitutional rights of due process and equal protection, among others. In this case, the city intentionally withholds information regarding the facts in which it proposes to base its administrative decision to revoke the permits. The city intentionally ignored LXP's multiple written requests for documents and information supporting the proposed action, so LXP could consider whether an appeal was appropriate. Yet the city provided a limited 10-day period for LXP to consider whether to appeal and to file the request for appeal and to pay the required fees. Any person's decision whether to appeal a proposed action by the city will of course depend on the specific basis for the proposed action. If the city's contentions indicate a mistake of fact, a misunderstanding of fact or law, or a lack of evidence supporting that finding, the findings therein, then the decision should properly be appealed as being an abuse of discretion or being clearly erroneous or for being arbitrary and capricious, as I indicated. However, if a person agrees with the basis for the proposed decision, then there would be no need to appeal. Since it's the city's practice to withhold all information regarding its decision from the appellant, it appears that the appellant is deprived of the appellant's due process rights to a fair hearing and the right to seek redress of grievances, equal protection, and their other rights. So those are all concerns for us. Therefore, we would request that we be provided the grounds for the recommended revocation, and we would request a continuance of this hearing, and that we would request that your council instruct the city manager to confidentially provide LXP a detailed explanation of the basis for the recommendation, all facts and law on which it is based, and all supporting documents, so appellant may investigate the matter and consider whether appeal is advisable and to prepare its appeal. And we would request that once the city does provide all the requested information, that LXP be given 10 days to decide whether to appeal the recommended revocation. And if LXP decides not to appeal at that point, we would request that the city refund the fees that it required us to pay for an appeal without having any information regarding the basis or the nature of the revocation. Because LXP having to pay fees without giving any real opportunity to consider whether an appeal is appropriate seems procedurally improper. If LXP decides to appeal, we would request that this matter be continued until August 2nd, 2021, or the city's next available hearing date thereafter. This would allow the city 45 days to provide the relevant documents and information, 10 days for LXP to decide whether to appeal, and 30 days for LXP to investigate and prepare its appeal. We would like to place on the record our objection to the city manager's purported revocation of LXP's permits without notice of the basis for the action without a hearing prior to taking that action in violation of LXP's due process and equal protection and other rights. LXP has a property right in its regulatory permits, and that right is being denied here and removed without due process. We would
Thank you,
request
sir.
that the manager's action be overturned and vacated, and that the city council instruct the city manager to provide LXP with the information as we requested and an opportunity to be heard prior to taking any administrative action to revoke the permits. And we request the continuance until August 2nd as
Thank you, sir.
outlined.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my first thought is I've heard what the appellant's attorney has said. And so my first questions would be to Mr. Epperson to better understand what you've heard. And I've heard that they want to continue this until late August. I don't support that. But if there is an inconsistency in the process, I did hear the appellant indicate that the first time, which is alarming to me, that it was held in closed session. And so I'm wondering if there's any merit or value to that and what the difference would be between this time and that time, not necessarily with the specific facts, because I have questions about that as well, but I'd rather discuss appropriate process first, and if closed session would be a better place to begin this conversation, I'm going to trust in Mr. Epperson's direction.
Councilmember Burns, I'm not familiar with what did or did not happen in 2018 when this apparently came or allegedly came before the council before. I don't know what the basis would have been for hearing that in closed session. We're very limited in terms of what we can hold a closed session on. So I can't necessarily speak to that. I can tell you that in my review of the agenda and the procedure here, it appears that the staff has followed the Hollister Municipal Code as adopted to deal with cannabis facilities. Now, if the council wants a delay nonetheless, for some reason, that's a policy decision that the council is allowed to make tonight if it would like to. But otherwise, it appears to me that staff has followed the Hollister Municipal Code in bringing this before the council.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. I guess my other question would be at some point before we, unless we choose to take this to closed session, and I'm not convinced that that's appropriate. I think Ms. Salinas raised a good question, as in what are the actual specific violations as they relate, and I presume our police department will have somebody here to present that information. And so at some point I'd like to hear that if we choose to go forward, if it's deemed appropriate at this time. And thank you, Mayor. Those are my thoughts, questions, and comments.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? I personally have, I can understand the request to be in closed session to go through the matters. I can understand a company not want something to be public that could turn out to be inaccurate. I remember holding one in the past in closed session. I thought that did work out well, and then I think eventually was in public. But that would be as far as what the council would want to do as a council. But I would want to make sure that we are covering everything and checking everything before we do move forward. And I do agree that August would be too much of a time span. We should do it much sooner. Any other comments from council?
I agree, August is way too far out. It's way too far out. I vaguely remember this, but I wouldn't mind seeing the facts and everything before we can move forward. Unless we can hear that, can we hear those now, Jason?
As a part of the matter, I don't see why the Hollister Police Department cannot at least explain to the council what this matter regards, and then the council can make a decision about how it wants to proceed.
Or is this something that we should do in closed session? These are just questions to everybody.
Well, at this point, I don't have any idea what the basis would be for doing this in closed session. That doesn't mean it can't be done in closed session, but we certainly can't do it immediately in closed session. It would have to be continued to another date and require a review of it to determine whether or not that's appropriate and permitted.
Mr. City Manager, I know you weren't a city manager at the time, the previous, maybe Police Minister Reynosa could give us an idea in the past why it was in closed session, those conversations, and then I believe afterwards it was public. But I do think on some of these matters, it might be an issue we want to discuss closed session because of potential lawsuits, and then come back if the council chooses to, in a public session, if they choose to proceed.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't see why it should be in a closed session either. I know that we've done this in the past before, but I do definitely support you questioning it and Councilmember Burns questioning it as well. So I would just suggest that we could probably, just to get some more information on it, maybe just table the item until the next meeting, if that's okay with the council. I just think at that time we can find out whether we should have in closed session, and if we have any questions about what those actual violations are, maybe we can get that information to us.
Mr. Mayor, this is Maria. I just wanted to make a comment, or if I may clarify a little bit. The reason why in the past, or back in 2018, we brought the appeal in closed session was because at the time, the live scans that we did for the applicants weren't done or approved by the police department prior to the approval of their license. So the live scan was not approved by the police department, and because of the personal information there, we couldn't discuss it in a public hearing. That's why it was in closed session exclusively. That was the reason why. This is for it's my understanding is not regarding live scans. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, Interim Chief Reynoso, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Reynoso.
To add to what was just said, my staff has informed me the closed session was not an appeal. It was one of the first times the city had addressed any of these issues. They heard the reasons for the closed sessions, but then it was actually kicked out into public session. There was no decision made in closed session at that time. Yeah, we also have our officer, Chris Wells here, cannabis officer. He's well informed about the details of this case and is prepared to present on the reasons for that, but we'll wait for the council's decision whether you want to proceed or not, but he has some more information to provide.
Thank you. I'll take this back to the council. Council, how do you feel?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one of my concerns is I've heard as a layperson the appellant's attorney speak about a potential lack of due process, and so for me, I guess the very core of everything would be on appropriate and timely noticing and their ability to respond, because again, I wouldn't be opposed to continuing this for 2 or 4 weeks. Absolutely no way in my mind August, but if it would give them a better opportunity to know what they were accused of not performing or violating or not being in compliance with, to better defend themselves, I would support that. But if they've had ample notice and this is a Hail Mary, I have a whole different opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
That's what I'm, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
You know what, I trust our Hollister Police Department in all its different aspects, and you know what, there's no department or people that are perfect. But you know, it seems to me that, from what I remember, there was like numerous violations. Maybe Officer Wells, you can speak to that.
I think you might be speaking about
Is that a different one?
The prior appeal
Okay.
that we held for AgriPharma.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I got it mixed up.
Yes.
Yeah, so can you give us some information?
Maybe before he gives that information, that's kind of one of the conversations is, shall we give the applicant or the company more time to understand what I don't want to see charges, accusations, or issues are, as was pointed out. Would it be something the council would like to maybe table and bring back to the first meeting of June? Would that be what I'm hearing from council, to make sure everyone has the information clear?
I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm prepared to go either way, but I don't think it's unreasonable.
Mr. Burns?
Mayor Velazquez, I could certainly support that recommendation.
Okay.
I got a question. So when we're talking about appropriately notified of these allegations or this revocation process, were they not informed of all these violations before?
Yeah, they received a letter based on the police chief's recommendations.
So they would have known the specific infractions?
Oh, you want to answer that one real quick?
I'm not aware of what was in the letter that was sent to the Maxwells. I can let you know that some of the factual basis for our recommendation from the police department are based on law enforcement reports from other agencies that we are not legally allowed to release. So that is part of the request that they made that we cannot honor. Just by legal means, we cannot release those reports. Those reports would be available to the Maxwells from those agencies themselves possibly, but not from our department. So there's no way we would be able to release those to them.
But the Maxwells could release that to us?
Councilmember Perez, it depends on exactly what it is that they receive from these other agencies. Presumably, if the other agencies release it to them, then they could certainly release it to us if they cared to. I wouldn't anticipate that would be the case, however.
I think something that we might need to bring back.
I would agree. This is not information the council can have either from law enforcement. Is that correct, Mr. West?
We wouldn't be able to share the specific reports, but we could share information that we gleaned from those reports. And just like we did with the Agri-Pharma appeal, that was held in open session. The first set of appeals back in 2018 that keeps getting referenced, we first heard those in closed session, and then of the 3 appeals at that time, 2 were overturned, and the one that was held, they were given the opportunity to hold an actual appeal in open court, or I'm sorry, in open council, and they requested not to have that done. So they didn't want what was said in closed session to be out in the open. Here, it's up to the council if they want to hear in closed session or an open session, open for whatever the will of the council is.
I would, if council is all right with this, I would recommend we do table this to the first meeting of June, have a closed session and the item in the open session also. Would that be possible, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, it would, Mr. Mayor, but before anyone takes that action, if the appellant's attorney, I assume he's still on the line, if he could state publicly whether or not, if that's the case, if it's continued until the first council meeting in June 2021, he would be willing to waive any other notice of that appeal hearing.
Mr. Morales, are you still on the line?
He is, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. It's procedurally, this is quite difficult because I'm muted. I have no ability to speak to correct the record or the representation, some of the representations that have been made. So procedurally, this is problematic. So in the future, hopefully I'll be allowed to attend in person so I can address your council directly. I'm unclear what notice to which council is referring. He's requesting a waiver. So since I'm unclear on the request, I cannot agree to it. I think what is very important here is that, and the representation I've made to your council is that LXP has not received any information from the city or from the police department regarding the basis for the proposed revocation or the alleged violations of the Hollister Municipal Code.
Understood, Mr. Morales. The only question that I'm getting at is whether or not you will agree that a council motion tonight to continue this until the first meeting in June 2021 would be sufficient notice for you to appear at that meeting, and that you wouldn't have any objection as to continuing it to that date. That's all I'm asking.
So I would maintain the same objections that I've placed on the record, so I wouldn't waive any of those. So if the council is planning to hold the appeal hearing on that date without giving us information regarding the basis of the proposed revocation, so we would not be able to actually assert any appellate arguments, that would be problematic. So I can't waive that sort of notice if that's what you're requesting.
Mr. Morales, I'm just simply trying to make sure that city staff doesn't need to send you another letter notifying you of the next date in June of 2021.
I don't have a problem appearing at the next
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
scheduled date
Thank you.
without notice
Thank
of the date. Thank you. Can I correct the record on a couple of items?
Sir, well, no, we're not going back and forth on this right now. We're just trying to schedule a date on this hearing. And that would be, as I'm looking at my calendar, would be June 7th. Is that correct, City Clerk?
That is correct.
And that hearing, we'd have a closed session item and a public session item. City Attorney, would that be correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And
Is that,
this is David Morales. Can you still hear me?
we can still hear you.
Is your council going to request staff to provide us information regarding the revocation so that we can prepare?
We're going to provide the whatever. Maybe Mr. Wells, what do you have, our city attorney? You can explain that.
We will have that discussion afterwards and make a decision on that, with the understanding that Mr. Morales has not waived any other objection regarding those or any other items.
All right.
So all we would request is that we be given a reasonable opportunity to prepare for the hearing whenever the city does actually provide us the information. So if they do it on the eve of the hearing, that may be unreasonable. So we're requesting reasonable notice in that regard.
We'll be getting you the information as soon as possible, information that can be shared. As you were notified, you can waive some of the information so we can share it amongst the council or city, as I understand. And I believe you rejected that.
I don't recall that request, but I don't have any information about what the allegations are, so I can't speak to it. I can't ask my client if they want to waive their rights with regard to those allegations. We're kept in the dark in that regard, so I think that's not fair.
Okay, sir. So at this time, what we're going to do is, if the council pleases to table this to the meeting of June 7th, and at that time, we will be having a closed session hearing and a public session also. All right. Is there any other questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, one last place.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So again, I'm not sure who this is for, whether it's for Chief Reynoso or for Mr. Epperson or City Manager Miller. But typically when there's a cannabis violation, I'm going to speak in terms I'm familiar with. When somebody's in violation of our municipal code, do they receive either a notice of violation or a notice and order making them aware of the violation?
It depends on the violation. Many of your minor violations are dealt with a verbal warning. If they're corrected immediately, then we don't have another issue. If it's a moderate to major, they are given either a notice to comply or a notice of warning. They are made aware of violations as they come up. I can attest that the Maxwells, none of the information that we're going to provide is new to them. But we do have I hate to say a progressive discipline, but I can't think of a better term for it. They do get verbal warnings on minors. Moderate to majors get a written warning. And then if the violations aren't corrected, then we move into issuing administrative citations or revocation suspensions of their licenses.
Thank you, Officer Wells. You've explained it quite clearly for me. I appreciate that. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? Is there a motion to table this to the meeting of June 7th,
So moved.
21? There is a motion to table the item till the meeting of June 7th, 2021. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
The motion, second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item E4.
Mayor, this is Maria again with the Cannabis Affairs Manager. This item is also an appeal for one of the Maxwell's.
Ms. Mendez, there's back feed going on your microphone. Can you try to adjust your microphone if you can?
Is that better?
No, it's still echoing quite badly.
Mayor, if I could, probably, the next two items are with the same individuals, so they probably should be continued, like the one we just talked about.
I would agree, but we're going to have to ask first to open for public hearing. I just want to kind of go over each item from staff, what it is, so before we go to public hearing. Maybe the city clerk can read that out.
Sure. Do you want me to read the recommendation?
Let's try Ms. Mendez one more time. Sorry.
Maria, would you try again? Please?
Maria, you're now muted.
I could read the.
Okay, this is, I just want to make sure I'm not echoing.
Yeah, we're still echoing there.
Maria, try logging off and logging back in.
And if I can suggest, if you have this meeting playing on another device, you need to mute or lower the volume on that device.
Council, this is Paul De Silva. It could be her actual microphone on whatever device she's using.
Right.
Would you like me to read the recommendation, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, and then we can go ask for any public comment, or open public comment.
Staff recommends the city council hear the appellant statement and motion to either overturn or uphold the city manager's action to revoke cannabis regulatory permit to operate a cannabis cultivation facility issued to Nicholas and Joseph Maxwell /LLXP Corporation.
Thank you. At this time, is there questions from council? Do we have, at this point, we will open the public hearing. Do we have speakers?
We do. Elia Salinas? Elia, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so as of early 2019, for 2 years now, I have come before the council on numerous occasions, and I know the council there is new, but I did state that under section 542.10 or 5.42070, which is just the general, Officer Wells has drafted what is called a, quote, cannabis, Hollister Police Department cannabis safety plan, unquote. This safety plan is a list of what Chris Wells, Officer Wells, has decided can be violations for cannabis, and you can be cited. You can get your license revoked. I have stated numerous times that this policy or this safety plan, these rules that he's going by and citing people for, has never, ever gone through and been approved by city council. Okay, if you're gonna give a ticket to somebody because their weeds are too high, there's a municipal code section specifically saying that your weeds are too high. For cannabis, you have a whole list of what he has on his own, stated that these are rules that if you break, I have the power to write you a ticket or to take your business away. These cannabis companies spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars that are going through this process, building out everything that they go through. And this man has the authority, has given himself the authority, doesn't have the authority by city council because it has not been authorized. It's a revocation of permit, and it has never come before the city council to be brought as part of the city ordinance. So again, City Attorney Jason Epperson, you are quite aware of this, and you have, in my opinion, because I did have a hearing with Chris Wells, and you did not represent Chris Wells, nor did you return Chris Wells' phone calls to represent him. You should have been prepared with this already to make sure that the police department and the city have covered themselves and have policy. And you know that they don't have policy and they don't have the authorization to be giving out these citations. And the cannabis companies, the cannabis industries, they jump through hoops and they ask how high because they don't want to lose their licenses. And Chris Wells has given himself he's an authoritarian when it comes to what you can and cannot do, even though he does not have the authority via the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will close the public hearing. We will go back to council. Any questions? Is there a motion to table this to the June 7th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item E5. I believe Ms. Mendez is back on the line.
Yes, thank you,
Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Perfect.
Is that
ma'am.
better?
Go ahead. Yes, much better.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. This item is also related to the two first items. And this is for one of their additional licenses that they have. And I presume that we'll be tabling this item for the June 7th meeting as well. And is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister revoking and approved cannabis distribution regulatory permit number 2018-166 for LLXP Corporation at 1971 Airway Drive.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Okay, at this point, we'll open it to public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elliot Salinas. Elliot, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay, so I had to go back and I had to read 5.42.07, the ordinance for cannabis. And this is what you're using to go to file something against or to revoke the licenses for the Maxwells. Not one of you up there, even the city attorney, would ever approve to show up to court or to a meeting because you're being accused of something, but you don't even know what you're being accused of. Let me remind the council that the Attorney Morales is asking for the August 2nd. There are no meetings in the month of July. Now what you have not confirmed to him, because you cannot answer him, that in the next city council meeting for the June, and I don't remember the date right now, you're giving him to June 7th, okay? But you're not telling him that they're gonna get the evidence or they're gonna get any information, and you're asking him to come in blind. Not one of you would approve that if it was happening to you. They deserve due process, and they must be given the reasons why, and they must be given the evidence. And for Officer Wells to say, now that he's mentioned that's something that's happened either with Santa Cruz County or whatever, another agency or whatever it was. I don't even remember what he said. That should give them a clue. Well, not one of you up there would accept that for yourselves. And it is your duty to make sure that due process is given to the Maxwells or anybody else who comes before you. Nobody goes in to any kind of a hearing blindsided and say, okay, I'm here to defend myself. I have no idea what I'm going to defend myself. And you're going to give it to me right now. And I'm only going to have tonight. And I'm going to have 20 minutes or half an hour. And everything all the money that I put into this business, you're giving me 15 minutes or 20 minutes to defend myself without knowing what's going on. You know that due process is required, and do not set up the city of Hollister for lawsuits. Again, I don't know why this has come forward this way. That the Chris Wells and the city manager should have gone to Epperson, and Epperson, you should have done your research that this is not the way due process works, sir. You know that, you're an attorney. Please do not put the city in liability. If they want an August 2nd date, there's no meetings in the month of July. So if you're gonna come back in June and you're June 7th and you're gonna then give them the evidence, then they should have until August to come back and have enough time to do the appeal process, not go in there blindsided on June 7th. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public hearing. Take it back to the council. Any questions, comments from council? Is there a motion to table this item to the June 7th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez. You're muted, Roland.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go ahead and move to item F1.
Thank you, Mayor. The Council of San Benito County Governments, or COG, will give a presentation updating the City of Hollister City Council, or give a presentation updating the council, on the Measure G projects. Staff recommends that the City Council receive the presentation on Measure G activities from the Council of Governments and approve the Measure G master programs. Thank you. And I believe Mary is on the line. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Are they muted?
No, Mary, go ahead. She's probably sharing her screen.
Yeah, I had to reconnect to the meeting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, I just have a couple slides to go through with you guys tonight. So good evening. Thanks for having us here. Let me just give me a second, sorry, to get the slideshow going. But we just wanted to give you an update tonight on some COG activities and the what we're doing with Measure G. So I will just walk through that real quickly. I have some good news this evening. I wanted to let folks know that the Highway 156 project from Hollister, or San Juan Bautista to Hollister, is moving ahead after decades of planning. We have a fall 2021 construction start date with Caltrans. So the project is fully funded thanks to the state as well as the Council of Governments and our Regional Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program are funding this project. So COG will be working with Caltrans on public outreach. And so we want to be a resource there and letting folks know about what to expect with the project. It is going to be a couple of years of construction, but we anticipate that there should not be too much impact to traffic outside of the normal traffic that we experience on Highway 156 now. Also, on Measure G, so again, before you tonight, you have a Measure G master funding fund transfer agreement. Measure G has 3 tiers of projects. The first is the Highway 25 widening. We are happy to report that we've secured $5 million in state funding for the project, and that's matching Measure G tax dollars. And we've also put in a request, and Congressman Panetta's office is helping us with that request for $10 million of federal funds. And so that will be getting us to the point of being able to finish the environmental document and the design of the final design of the project, as well as doing property acquisitions for it. So we're excited to have that moving along. We are kicking off the environmental study this summer, thanks to a lot of the hard work that the Council of Governments Board of Directors has done over the past year. And also, I wanted to report that I understand that Caltrans is working with the City of Hollister on a landscaping agreement to be able to manage the landscaping along the Highway 25 bypass. So I was glad to hear that that is happening, as I know that's something that the community has been concerned about. So just quickly wanted to update on the revenues for Measure G. Like the City of Hollister, I know is experiencing, we've had greater revenues than we did last year on the coming through from Measure G. We've received $17 million since the measure went into began being collected, but we are up 14% over this time last year. So we're glad to report that. We're not sure how future impacts will be, but we will be monitoring that, and we're doing some updates to our financial planning for that. And as you can see here, the City of Hollister will be receiving about $5.2 million. That money is available to the city now for your projects as you get started on your local roads projects that are funded with Measure G. And we did want to let the public know that we have a new Measure G website. So staff worked hard on putting this together, and we have updates. We'll have project updates available here, as well as an interactive map and other information that will be updated regularly for the public. So that's all I had tonight, I think, unless you have any questions. And our contact information is here. My staff, Veronica Lozama, our transportation planner, and Norma Rivera, administrative service specialists, are always available to answer questions as well. That's all I have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Covered the top items quickly and did it very well, so I appreciate that. Is there questions from the council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
Can we, for a quick second, Mr. Burns? There we go. Thank you.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Gilbert, can you confirm that your oversight committees had an opportunity to review the report? And if so, did they have any comments or concerns that they expressed in the review of the report?
Yes, thank you for that. That was in my notes to mention. So yeah, the Oversight Committee did review this, a full report of Measure G activities, and they did not have any issues or concerns. The audit that was last completed was, there were no findings in the audit, and we are putting together our Measure G annual report. So we've got a subcommittee from the Oversight Committee that's working with COG on putting that together, and that will be going out to the public soon. And I should mention too that, expect to see a postcard in the mail. We're trying to make sure we get information out to the public, and we're working on some different outreach strategies right now. So to let folks know about what we're working on at COG.
Thank you, and I'd just like to congratulate the members of COG for the great progress that's been made in the recent years. And also I'd like to thank Congressman Panetta for his commitment to the project as well. I think it just speaks to the quality of the elected and appointed officials we have and their commitment to improve the traffic flow in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? This time we'll go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have any public comment?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do. I want to thank the COG staff. They have been doing an incredible job. It's been a long haul to get through this, to get Measure G going. Finally got that approved. Thank you, all the voters. And now that work is getting done. So what started off slowly is ramping up quite quickly, and have complete confidence we're going to start seeing some major things happening here rather quickly. So thank you, staff at COG. With that, is there a This is a resolution. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
And you seconded.
Yeah,
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move to item F2.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cheryl Mullen. I'm the interim director at the Hollister Airport. And I'm here tonight requesting city council approval for a change in the bylaws. What? Would this help? I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I'm here tonight requesting city council approval for a change in the bylaws for the Airport Advisory Commission, which would reduce the number of commissioners from 7 to 5. And the reason that we are asking for that is because we incurred a number of vacancies on the commission, and it got to the point where we had to cancel meetings because we didn't have enough commissioners at some times to hold an official meeting. Per the current bylaws, there's a 7-member committee, 5 of which are city council, are city residents, and 2 members are of the county. When we reduce the number of, thank you, when we reduce the number of commissioners to 5, what happens is we have 5 city residents, and that eliminates our county seats. However, we have 1 seat that was currently filled by a commissioner that residing in the county, and this council at their March 15th meeting decided by consensus to allow him to finish his term. So we currently have 4 city residents and 1 county resident. The bylaw change was introduced at the Airport Advisory Commission meeting of March 24th. It was unanimously adopted at the next meeting on August 28th, and now I'm asking City Council to consider approving Resolution 2021-78 for ratification, which would finalize the change.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to item F3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Renee Perales, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2021-79, which will authorize the City Manager to execute an MOU with the County of San Benito to participate in the 2020 CDBG CV2 and CV3 grant application. The grant application will not exceed $1,150,872. This will include the funding allocated to the City of Hollister in the amount of $550,120. The County of San Benito will take the lead and submit the application on behalf of the County, City of Hollister, and San Juan Bautista. The funding will go towards public services for the homeless shelter, which shall include the operation of the homeless shelter, emergency hotel vouchers, outreach services, housing navigation, case management, rapid housing activities, support services, and establishing a homeless encampment program. This portion of the grant will be $850,872. And also, if awarded, the remaining $300,000 will go towards public facility for homeless shelter improvements. The application is due on May 7th. Staff understood council's direction that they prefer to request the funding for business assistance. Unfortunately, the city, we don't have the staffing available to run this type of program, and there was just not enough time to procure a consultant to run the program for us. Staff recommends the City Council approve Resolution 2021-79, authorizing the city manager to execute the MOU and approve the city's participation in the CDBG, CV2, and CV3 grant.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard the presentation. I 100% support pushing money towards supporting our homeless community, but I have to wonder, what about our business community? And I understand, and I've heard that we don't have the staff to do it. My recollection was there was a direction from previous council in March to move forward to push those funds towards business. I've heard that we don't have the staff. I'd like to know what efforts were actually made to reach out to a nonprofit organization or a consultant to do so, because I think our business community is getting left behind here. And I would like to know if this is so time sensitive that we have to do it now, that we need to come to that conclusion. But I really want to see our businesses supported, and it feels like we could have done a better job, is just my sense. And so I know I've made comments with questions, but if you could answer the questions, please.
Okay, well, we did reach out to the EDC, and they were unable to help us. We spoke with our consultant, and what we were being told was that there's other funding, there's so much funding out there for business assistance, that the CDBG funding just comes with too many ties, and so a lot of consultants didn't really want to work with that type of funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Take it back again to council. Any other comments or questions you may have? I do want to point out, I think we've been making progress with the homeless. I am concerned that we need more room in that shelter, and I'm going to stress this, ask the county here. I've asked many of times. One of the best ways we can add beds into that shelter is by the county allowing the conference center in there and the homeless shelter to be used for additional beds. This could make a major impact as far as getting our homeless off the street. And I'm very concerned that there's a reluctance by the county to not add those beds, and rather than adding beds, just the preserving of their conference room. I think it's incredibly important this time to add those beds in that conference room so we get more people off the street. And I'm requesting that the county, I'm asking county, please help us get the homeless off the streets. It's a temporary basis until we move to the next stages of working on the shelter or expanding shelter services. But at this time, it's critical that we work to get the people off the street. That should be our number one priority, get them off the street and get them the help that they need. Otherwise, we're going to see this issue expand. Mr. Burns asked a very good question, and CDBG funds are very difficult to use. And we all know there's years we don't even get the grant, but there are a lot of other funds we'll be working with through the state and feds for more business help. So I'm looking forward to that. But if you can ask the county or let them know that to be very clear that we're asking them to add beds into that conference room, give up that space right now in the shelter to accommodate more homeless. That's all I have. Thank you. With that, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion, second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at 8:30. Does the council want to take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break? Staff, why don't we go ahead and take a break? We'll come back at 8:40.
Thank you. Council, Renee Perales, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2021-80, which will adopt a policy that the city will use 20% of all street road funds as they become available on alleys until they are all repaired.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards? No speakers?
Have no speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any questions, comments?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So in a previous report, we heard that COG, their projected funds that they've received, if I recall right, was about 14% more than they anticipated. And so, as I recall, that led to about $5 million that the city's going to receive, give or take a little. And so my question is, could part of that money, or would part of that money, if we approve this, then be part of that, 20% would be part of that, I guess is, I don't know that I'm being very clear here, but could we spend 20% of that money if council decided to towards alleys as well?
That's how this policy would be, is any available funding for roads would go towards those, towards the alleys.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I do want to make a couple of comments, and again, I don't disagree that the alleys have to be worked on, but I do want to make sure we're clear about Measure G funding, because the portion we're going to get from Measure G for city streets is basically limited to the next 4 years. After that, all the money will be going towards Highway 25. The answer to the alleys, the answer to our streets throughout our city is really budgeting appropriately in our budget. And I've said this for several years. If we don't find a way to get $4 million into our budget every year from our general fund, we will never keep up to where we need to be with the streets. And our main priority has to be to find that money before the Measure G money dries up, because we're going to get right back to where we were. And as it is, we've had the problems in the past because of the constant, a street being done in one district, a street being done in another district, another one, and so on, where we weren't getting the efficiencies. We were working on that overall road plan to get a good idea of what's going on. We talked about if we can use that plan to work on the streets within those grids, and that would be the alleys within those grids, we can attack what we're trying to do. I cannot support just allocating 20% just to the alleys alone. I think, again, we work by those grids and we take care of all those items within those grids. And I think we can actually make a little more progress on the alleys by working with our own staff. I think one of the things I heard from some of these contractors that worked on the roads was we'd be better off pulverizing the alleys, hiring a company to come out and pulverize it, and use our staff to grade this and create a surface there that would be much cheaper than trying to contract out, because it's a lot of work for let me rephrase that. It's not a big project for the contractors, and it's enough of a headache that's not worth it for them. But their recommendations seem to be get the surveyors out there, shoot it, see which way the slopes are. If there's a fall, enough of a fall to get the water out, pulverize the alleys, resurface, and you can get much more bang out of your buck by having staff do it. And I'm totally for that. I think we need to do it. But I cannot get back to a situation personally where we're allocating 20% dollars to one item, even though we know there's so many streets that still need to be repaired. I'm going to stick with my view of getting the surveys done, picking the grids that we want to work on, getting everything within those grids repaired, and then moving on to the next section as we get more funds. But I'm going to reiterate, the most important thing we could do as a council is find a way to make a true budget item for our roads and that's going to find a way to find $4 million a year. We get about 900,000 in gas tax, a bit more with SB1 right now, but we need to find a way to find the other $3 million over the next few years, because that Measure G money will be gone in 4 years, and we're going to be right back in the same position. So I want to make sure everybody really clearly understands that.
I got a quick question.
Go ahead,
Maybe
sir.
Maybe you can answer. I don't know who would answer this. When was the last time an alley was done?
Oh my gosh, I really couldn't tell you that, but I could find out and let you know.
Oh, it's okay. It's been a while.
Henry, do you know?
Henry? Okay. 8 to 10 years ago, and that was probably one alley. I just, you know what, I keep hearing people talk about how we're gonna attack this and this issue, and yet it's never done. And so I'm gonna reiterate, and I'm not gonna let this die. We need to do something about our alleys, not just talk about it. We need to do something about it, and whether it's one a year, something, but something has to be done. And that's why I had this written up and wrote, and figured it was coming out this way anyways. But you know what, for everyone in my district, I am not going to give up. We are going to get these alleys done. It's not going to happen overnight, but I am not going to let this issue die. I will bring it up, and I will bring it up, and I will bring it up until we get something done. And because street and alley allocation is also streets and alleys. It's not just street grids, because those grids it's interesting how those grids keep getting pushed around to where you want them, where the mayor wants them to go, instead of starting at one spot and working our way around the city. Or that's how I see it. But anyways, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. For staff, do we know when the survey or the assessment of the roads is going to be done?
Beginning of June?
Beginning of June.
The beginning of June? And so, based on that analysis, we will then allocate funds to do road repair, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what is the current amount of money that we have in place?
I'm trying to remember from the presentation. We had about $8 million, but I mean, a lot of that was earmarked, but I can bring that back for you, or do it as part of our budget meetings upcoming.
Okay, yeah, I think that could be helpful, because I agree with Councilmember Perez, and I also agree with the mayor that I wouldn't want to see us unnecessarily dip into Measure G money, knowing that that's going to sunset in 4 or 5 years. But we need to make a commitment to our alleys. They're a mess. There's no good way of saying anything kinder than that, and they are expensive to repair.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe a compromise would be to pull this item and further discuss it once the assessment comes in, and then in conjunction with the proposed fiscal budget for next year, and so that we can make an educated commitment. But as Councilmember Perez has said, that he's not going to forget about alleys, and nor will I. And so, but I would like to find a systematic and good way to begin the work.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Agreed.
the road to alleys are paved with good intentions, but unfortunately those good intentions haven't come to be a reality for a number of years. And so I don't want this to go away, but maybe today isn't the right time to really commit to this process until we have more clear information. And once we do, we can make a wiser decision. That completes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
I have another question. I guess this one,
Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
I guess this one would be more towards Mark. So in this analysis, this study, are you just doing alleys Are you just doing streets? Are you doing streets and alleys? What are you doing?
We're doing every public street in the city of Hollister, so
Street.
streets and alleys.
And alleys?
And that's pavement evaluation.
And alleys, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. I do want to go back and point out something again. The process of fixing roads and alleys, you know, for years, we know this, we can go look around our city right now, was put off because of this issue of we'll bundle $800,000 and after so many years, we'll try to do a few projects and those projects were spread throughout the city. So we weren't getting the bang for our buck. This process here will allow us to really understand it. And the reality is we're going to need a bond, or I would recommend that we look into bonding a project that's upwards of $15 to $20 million to really have a good impact. And again, this is not picking and choosing the grids based on my opinion. This is picking an area based on the experts' opinions, work from that point, spread from there each year as we keep doing more projects. But it's a big chunk of dollars that we're gonna have to invest into our city to get the long-term out of this. The good news is right now, the bond rates are probably historically low, and it would be wise for us to try to do something much bigger than smaller. But in the meantime, again, looking at some of the recommendations that were made by some of these general contractors or engineering contractors about understanding your slopes in the alley, looking into pulverizing what's there, and then bringing back your own equipment to take care of these things earlier rather than waiting around. So, I mean, that's still an option and something we need to be working for. So there's no one answer is what I'm saying. We all agree streets, alleys need to be fixed, but we just need to make sure we're getting the information to do it. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard you say a number of times now about pulverizing alleys. I am by no means an expert in road repair or maintenance, but I'm wondering if we could ask city staff to bring back a report specifically on the alleyways and what that really looks like and what the cost would be for staff to actually start doing some of that, if it makes sense after they've done the review. Because again, maybe it's not a long-term solution, but it might be a temporary solution so that when we end up heading back into next winter, assuming we're going to see rain at some point in the next decade, we don't want properties and garages and residences flooding if it can be prevented. And sometimes maybe an ounce of prevention would be worthwhile in this case. And so I'd really like to hear more about what that really means. I can visualize it in my mind, but I'm not convinced I'm correct.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you. I would say fully agree. And I think basically, just so real quick understanding, pulverizing is basically means getting rid of the asphalt, breaking it all up, getting it out so you have the dirt underneath to recompact that dirt to do this correctly, and then understanding your slopes so you can understand the fall, if there's enough fall to take the water out, or is there has to be a drainage system installed, different options that can come from it. And I definitely think we can have some of the local engineers looking at this so we understand those slopes and what we can do from there. So I would love to hear that also from our staff and give us some ideas. Go ahead, Mr. Burns, I think you have a comment.
Did I? I'm sorry, no, I totally agree. You know what, I truly trust that we're gonna be able to come to a solution to our alley situation. And you know what, I totally understand that we still need to maintain our streets, because, I mean, we don't want them to look like our alleys. And, you know, I look forward to the council coming together so we can have good input from everybody and feed off everybody, kind of brainstorm. And I trust in our city staff and the engineers to help us come up with an idea. And so, yeah, thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, your comment, I think basically would be to withdraw this item.
Yes, sir, please.
Motion.
That'd be my motion.
That's your motion to withdraw resolution number 2021-80. Is there a second?
We have a speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Didn't I call for speakers? I did call for speakers already. But if we didn't hear it and they didn't hear it, go ahead and let the speaker speak.
Thank you. Elias Salinas?
Hi, thank you. Just so we're clear, I'm clear, I want to understand correctly. This study includes the streets and alleyways, and that's for paving. That doesn't include for pulverizing, as the mayor has suggested. And with regards to pulverizing, which is, I actually think that's the best way to do, start from the beginning, get to the very bottom. But in this study, because a majority of the alleys that are in the central part of town, which is 5th Street to 6th Street and all that area, 4th Street, there's a fault line there. So is that part of is that included into the study as to, because they are in the area of the fault line, the adjustments of the movement of the earth? Also, I realize that the main thoroughfares are the ones that get the most attention. And Mayor Velasquez, it was actually you that threw out the number. Did you want 20%? You asked Councilman Perez, what do you want? You want 20%? And you're like, yeah. Councilman Perez says, yes, I'll take 20%. You threw out the 20%. If you're saying that you want to go ahead and you're going to come back and you're going to with this agenda item, you want to table it. But what percentage would satisfy you, Mayor Velasquez? Because it needs to happen. The people that obviously that live in alleyways, because we don't have alleys any longer. Those are the homes, those are the communities that have been here the longest. Those are the longest property owners that have been here, and they're being neglected. So let's not neglect them, and let's show them some kind of respect and give some money towards getting those alleys done. Because just like the people who live on the main thoroughfares, the people who live near the alleys that have been here for decades and generations, because families have had those properties for generations, they've been paying their taxpayer share for a long time. So you may want to table this, but I am very interested in knowing whether this study of the streets and the alleys, does that also include this pulverizing, or is that just a study for repaving? So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Let me, I can answer that. The study tells us the conditions of the roads, whether they're at 30, 40, 50, upwards of 70, where it's deemed somewhat a good average condition, 80s, where it's conditioned more on the excellent side, 90, 100%. That's what the study tells us. Then from that point, the engineers go back, look at the roads. Is it crack filling? Is it slurry? Is it reconstruction of a road? So in the alleys, I can say most of those alleys are full reconstruction or pulverizing to get back to the base, make sure it's compacted correctly, and then the slope. The problem with the alleys in the past and some of our roads is when we do patching or just knick-knacking through, we're not solving the problem. The alleys needed a drain system, and I think most people would agree that without getting the water out, we're just really creating the same problem over and over again. So obviously when they were first built, that wasn't a consideration, which is leading to some of these problems. And of course they've been neglected like many, many of our roads. It's not because nobody wants to get the alleys done. It's the same reason we have this situation with our roads, is the lack of funds or lack of commitment to making sure the funds are there. And I'm hearing a council that is committed to fixing the roads and fixing the alleys. And to do that, your first step is always understanding your conditions, then picking the areas you're going to be working through to maximize it. And I'll repeat the same thing I've said earlier. When you pick a grid, you're not picking to ignore something. You're picking a grid to finish the grid. Whatever is in that grid, whether it's a street or an alley, it's time to get this thing fixed. That's the whole point of a grid system. You've got equipment out there so you can make sure you're taking care of all the items within that grid before moving on to the next grid and so on and so on. This way you have a focused area, which would be much more cost efficient for us, and it gets us the work done rather than doing a street in each district as was done in the past, which wasn't very efficient and led to what we're seeing. Now, we've made progress in the last few years. There was a $3 million program a few years back that fixed quite a few streets. We just approved another one that was approved a couple of years ago to go for bid. That's going to fix several more streets, and this will be the next phase. But my point was, the reality is we have to do a major project. It's not going to be a $5 million project. We need to be looking again upwards 15 to 20 million, which would require bonding, but it would take care of quite a bit of the city, whatever portion we choose to attack. So that's a process I think we're going to see that's going to work pretty well, and it's going to be much more efficient with our dollars and much quicker to get done. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yeah, so because before with our conversation we had about streets and alleys before, we were talking about separating the streets and alleys. Can you refresh my memory on what you were talking about then? Because now that we're talking streets and alleys and we're going to do it in a grid, when I thought we were talking about that streets and alleys should be separate. Or are you talking as just as far as the analysis, or are you talking about actual digging and actual work on the alleys and streets? Because I thought we had a conversation where it would be better to separate the alleys from the streets, because then you got two different types of construction going on.
So the study is going to do analysis on all the streets, all the alleys. That will come back and tell us conditions of each item. One of the recommendations that contractors were making was that you might want to look at the alleys. An opportunity there is to pulverize and use your staff, shoot the level, figure out what your slopes are, see if your staff can handle some of those things. That's one option. The other option, of course, is you just pay the contractors to do it. So it really comes down to us, what our staff can do or not do, how much money we have. And again, everything within the grid should be fixed. So if there's alleys within that grid that are not in good condition, they need to be fixed. If there's streets in not good condition, they need to be fixed. If it's just slurry, it's slurry. If it's crack fill, it's crack fill. If it's a full recondition, that's what we need to be doing. Okay? Hope that answered that. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to withdraw this item?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item F5.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you tonight is Resolution 2021-81, in which we are seeking your approval on a policy for dedication plaques for public facilities and grounds. The city currently does not have a policy that provides guidelines on dedication plaques for public facilities and grounds. And by approving the proposed policy, this will allow staff to have clarity and establish uniform guidelines moving forward. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the proposed policy for dedication plaques for public facilities and grounds, and is also available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a sense for the cost of the plaque and installation and maintenance?
That I'm aware of right now, this is just for the policy. I don't know of installations being done. City manager?
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, this is just a policy to establish basically who's going to be on the plaque, but we would bring it to council when we adopt whatever plaque we're going to put up at a park or on a building. It'll be on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resendez, go ahead. Can you please, your volume seems kind of low.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Who's talking? Oh, Daisy. Did you get this? Because I know sometimes we borrow policies. Did we get this from another city? And if so, did we change anything from the other city?
Yeah, we did get it from a nearby city. City manager, correct me if it was San Jose.
Sorry, it was Sunnyvale.
Oh, Sunnyvale. And the only change I believe that we made was on number 5. If you have access to that policy.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me.
Okay, so number 5, they mentioned the where it's budgeted. I believe that they do like a 10-year budget. They do it a little bit different than us. So that was the only part that was changed.
That was confusing to me, I'll be honest with you. So I'm just thinking, okay, if they budgeted this a while ago, we're gonna have like 25, I mean, we can have a whole lot of council members. So I'm curious as to what that language said, and if maybe we can look at just revisiting that. So that is the question I was going at. It looked a little bit different, like depending on how far ago it was budgeted, we're gonna have a lot of people on that plaque. So I think we should put like a time limit, maybe. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just a suggestion, but it looked a little bit bizarre to me, and I wanted to ask those questions. So,
Mayor, if I could answer that one. Yeah, the intent is, sometimes we have a 2-year budget or a 1-year budget. If the council changes in between the budget cycle, that's where that would be applicable. So, I mean, yeah, projects are thought about 10 years ago, and it might take a lot of planning, some like our current river trail that we just opened up to try to get grants. But the budgeting of that project for like this year was only 1-year budget, but sometimes, like I say, it can take 2 years.
got it. Okay, I'm just trying to avoid us having like 25, 30 council members on the plaque. That was my only concern. So now that you explained it, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I got a comment.
Mr. Press?
I consider myself not a politician. I consider myself a public servant. And as a servant, I don't need all this acclamation or anything like that. So that's why, to me, I can't vote for anything like this. This is for our citizens. I don't need my name on it. And I don't think we need any council names or anyone else's names. And if it was in memory of someone because of a certain situation happened, I think I can't remember the city employee's name that's out front. Vargas? George Villegas. You know what? Those are special things. This and River Parkway, awesome, great. It was great how Vice Mayor Resendez came up with the idea to pass out bicycles and for the raffle and all that stuff. That's great because that's for the community. Personally, I don't see that for me. That's why I can't go forward with this. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have no speakers.
Hey.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. It's not so much for you personally, Councilman Perez and each individual member. There are former council members who have passed. There are mayors who have, people who have served as mayors, and someone decides that they want to name a park or they put it on a plaque. There's for many reasons. I can see you abstaining, but it's not because if you say yes that you're being, you're wanting to be recognized for something. This is just for. I'm just gonna, maybe somebody wants to do something, and I know there's some kind of a scholarship under Marty Richmond's name, something like that, or there are ideas, that Mayor Velasquez has been around for a long time, and he's a very popular mayor, and maybe somebody wants to, do something for him. I don't think that I think it's just a recognition of the individual person who's being named that they've done something, but it's not because they want, you're going to say yes and you're going to say, oh, my name's going to go on a plaque. I mean, when they open up a new park, there's a dedication. When you open up, I can only think of parks right now because I know that there's been a couple of them where they have plaques and, you know, of who the council members were at the time that it passed or whatever. So it's not for your self glorification, but it's for acknowledging those members of the community, those city employees that have been here and that have made a difference in somebody in the city and into what the staff has gone through with that individual employee and or, like I said, one of the council members or a mayor. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll take it back to the council. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I can see some problems with us not having a policy. Number one, well, we're going to have to bring every single plaque for every park up to the council, and we're going to have to decide on an individual basis. I'm glad that I asked that we borrowed this from another city because I think it's a common occurrence and it's a pretty reasonable policy that we have put in place. I do understand, and I've heard this same sentiment coming from from Councilmember Burns as well. And if that were the case, that you don't want your names to go on there and you feel like you don't need that, then I would suggest that we put another number on this policy and that we allow for council members that wish not to be on the plaque to have their names not on the plaque. But I do see some problems of us not adopting some type of policy. Again, I think it's a common occurrence. And it does deserve to be recognized by our staff, by the previous council members. I do think that's important. So I would suggest if you don't want your name to go on there, then add or amend the policy. But by not adopting a policy, I think it's going to cause more problems for us. And that's why these policies exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate you expressing your thoughts in regards to my concerns, and you're spot on. And certainly, as the policy is currently written, I can't support it for the reasons that have already been stated. But if there was a friendly amendment made to include language that Vice Mayor Resendez proposed, I would support that. And for me, it just, I'm in it for public service. And I understand, and I have no problem with city employees being recognized because at the end of the day, they do all the work, or they contract with others that do the work at their supervision. And so for me, it just seems, it just goes against my core values. And so for that reason, I can't support it as proposed. And I recognize that it's a policy, and I absolutely understand the difference between a policy and the implementation of a policy. But again, I'd like to see some real numbers in place. I mean, are we talking $100 or less? Are we talking several $100s? And for those reasons, I can't support it tonight as proposed, but I'm open to influence and persuasion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Resendez, would you like to make a motion with the friendly amendments that Mr. Burns was talking about?
Yeah, so I guess I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-81 with a friendly amendment, adding to the policy number 9. And we can put this however you'd like, but if a council member would like to not have their name on there, then they can choose not to have their name on there. And I would also like for staff to bring back to, I would say, the next council meeting, what the cost of these plaques are and what the upkeep of the plaques would be. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion. Is there a second? I will second the motion. Roll call vote, please.
So we're voting on amending this one, and without coming back, or are we trying to bring it back at the next meeting?
No, the policy would be, as was mentioned, what Mr. Resendez is asking is, just so we know in the future, what are the costs of the
We're bringing it back.
plaques? Yeah, but that wouldn't be an action item, it would just be an
The
informational
motion?
item. This would be the action item for the policy.
Oh, no.
Was that I'm sorry, City Clerk, did you call, roll call already?
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
just going, yeah. Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
I'd like to ask the city attorney for a point of clarification. So, as I understand it, if we vote, if I vote no, in essence, the council will take no current action, and I apologize because we've had this conversation before, and I don't want to kill this item, but I would like to know the numbers prior to saying yes to it. And so if I say no now, and the bottom line is, frankly, it doesn't move forward, but then if I bring it back tonight, as I recall, that we could have that conversation about delaying the, moving forward with the policy until we had numbers. Is that correct?
Almost, Councilmember Burns. I think what you're referring to perhaps is a motion for consideration, and if this does not pass tonight, if 4 people vote against it or 3 people vote against it, then it's just dead. If it's, for instance, a 2-2, that's essentially no decision, and I would expect that it would come back on the next agenda along with the numbers, considering that seems to have been direction given to staff.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I would expect.
Correct. Mayor, if you don't mind, the problem is by saying a number, we don't know what kind of plaque is going to be put up. Is it going to be a plain just piece of metal plaque put on, or is it going to be a monument plaque? Just because depending on if it's a building or maybe the design for the park has a monument, and so that's kind of the issue is we just don't know what those costs are going to be.
Right, and I understand that. And so I guess maybe and Mayor, by all means, shut me down if I'm out of order or if it's inappropriate. But my understanding is if we vote in the affirmative tonight, that this puts this policy in place with a friendly amendment that Vice Mayor Resendez proposed. But it also means that we won't have every specific time we want to put a plaque come back before council, which then means how do we control the costs associated with the plaque, which I thought the policy was intended to alleviate us having to go back and forth on. And so,
Mr. Burns, I have an idea, maybe a friendly amendment or to what you're saying. Maybe you could make the amendment, a friendly amendment saying no more than a certain dollar amount. And then after that, fundraising could be done or something else to pay for any additional cost. If you were to say no more than $500, for example, or $1,000 for any plaques, anything over that would have to be fundraised or something like that. Would that help with the motion?
it could. Unfortunately, though, I don't have a reference point. I go back to when a trophy, everybody got a trophy. And so I don't know what a reasonable number is, but I could absolutely make that friendly amendment.
How about, is it $1,000 seem reasonable to you?
Why
Let me put it this way.
Why don't we table this till we get the numbers like he proposed in the beginning?
Okay.
Well, I think, as the city manager pointed out, every plaque can be different, but let me put this in perspective.
Didn't he ask that it basically get some information about how much it's gonna be before we make a decision? Wasn't that part of the thing? So-
Yes, and I would point out, I believe it was Councilmember Resendez who made the motion, and so we do actually have a motion and a second that's been made. So if we either need to continue with that vote, or if Councilmember Resendez would like to, he could withdraw his motion. We continue the conversation, and then you could decide whether everyone could decide whether they want to make a new motion or table it to another date, or simply give direction to staff, or some combination.
I thought there was direction given to staff about getting some numbers before we.
Hang on, Mr. Perez.
I believe it's folded into the friendly amendment, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
So
Mr. Burns, did you have a friendly amendment or?
I'd like to kick it back to Vice Mayor Resendez for his thoughts, please, if that's appropriate.
What are you asking me to amend? I'm not clear.
The
I
total.
thought I had amended it to address both of your concerns, so I'm not sure what I'm missing out here.
The total that can be spent, I think is the issue.
A not to exceed amount, maybe?
Yeah.
Would you like me to add that to my amendment,
And-
Councilmember Burns?
And what's the number, the magic number?
Or, Mayor, can I maybe add, maybe that you could say that the appropriation of the plaque will have to become to the council for approval?
But that
Then it
kind
would
of
have to come back.
circumvents, it just feels like it adds more work that we can avoid if.
If it's a dollar amount, okay.
Again, I'm torn because I like Vice Mayor Resendez's friendly amendments. I have no or my only concern is the dollar number, and I don't have a clear idea of a plaque and what the costs are. And if I were to say no more than $500, and the average plaque costs $501, we're going in a circle here. But I mean, I don't want to kick this can down the road, but I would like a clear understanding of dollars to be expended. And frankly, I don't think it needs, Vice Mayor Resendez gave me the out that I needed to say yes. It's the dollar amount that still gives me pause for concern. And so I can make that friendly amendment to a dollar amount not to exceed $500. And I suppose then if we find that that's an insignificant amount of money, that we bring it back to council for a text amendment. Is that conceivable as well?
Correct, that's what I was gonna add. I mean, this is the policy, it can be changed at, by future council meetings, and if we find that it's kind of a nuisance at $500, that we can bring that back to council to say, that 500 was too low.
Thank you. I'd like to make the friendly amendment for plaques not to exceed $500, and I can move forward and say yes at that point.
And I'm sorry, because the voting has already started on that. Ms. Black, can you tell me who made the motion to begin with and who made the second?
Yes,
Oh, it's Mayor and
Mr.
Vice Mayor.
Epperson. Councilmember, our Vice Mayor Resendez made a motion to adopt with adding policy number 9, with an amendment adding policy number 9. If a council member chooses not to have their name, then their name does not have to be on it. And then requested that staff bring back cost. I started the roll call vote with Councilmember Perez, who voted no.
And who made the second, Ms. Black?
Mayor.
Mayor Velazquez.
All right, what I'm going to recommend is that we complete the vote as it originally stood, since we had already started voting, or that Vice Mayor Resendez, and Mayor Velazquez withdraw it, and we just start over from scratch.
They start over.
I will
Start over.
withdraw my motion,
I will withdraw my second.
Thank you.
and I'm prepared to make a motion if it's.
Go ahead, Ms. Resendez.
Thank you. I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2021-81, adding to the policy number 9 that if a council member chooses to abstain their name from a plaque, they may do so, that the staff brings back a cost report of what the plaques will cost, and that we not exceed the amount of $500 per plaque.
And I will second. With roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to item F6.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Resolution 2021-82 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister establishing a policy on flag display. This policy is to establish a clear guidelines with respect to protocols and procedures of the flag display at all buildings and facilities owned and controlled by the City of Hollister. The city wishes to follow the flag protocols by establishing a policy which includes the United States flag, the State of California flag, the POW flag, and a City of Hollister flag at the time that we decide to create one. Staff and City Council recognize that it's important to establish clear guidelines with respect to protocols and procedures of a flag display. And for that reason, we're asking that the City Council adopt a resolution for a policy on flag display.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I've read it, I like it, I support it 100%. I have one question, and that's in reference to on the staff, in the council packet on page 244, under policy 3B, it says that there will be signatures will be required. I think it said about 100, and that my question is, will those signatures be verified, and if so, by whom?
The main reason we put this on here was to just prevent from kind of more of a frivolous, just one person coming in and just saying they want to fly different flags all the time. I would have to ask the city clerk how hard it is to verify a signature.
Are you asking how to verify?
If
I'm
they're,
sorry,
if they're a resident of Hollister.
Verifying the 100 signatures? How do we do that?
Currently, for block parties, we request, and this is the only experience I have with me verifying signatures, is we request that if someone wants to close down a street, I'm just going off of this because it's all I have to reference, we have to have the majority of the neighbors agree to it and sign their block party request. And I don't think we verify that's their neighbors. We check the addresses. We see that it's all on the street. We maybe look it up on Google Maps, but I don't verify that is, I mean, I can see that you can tell if the signature is the same person, and they're not. So they seem legit, but I do not physically verify that you signed this or check it with the county registrar, which would be the only other way you could do it, would be to check their voter registration card, which is how I would do it for nominations for candidacy for council. But I have to pay for that if I do it that way.
Again, I guess my concern is if we get somebody that is got a very creative imagination and just starts, I mean, I've seen it on petitions and things where people sign Mickey Mouse, and I know that'd be pretty obvious that Mickey's not in Hollister. But again, I would like to have some formal process to verify that the signatures are correct, and I recognize there could be a cost for this, and possibly that could become a requester's fee. That could be a pass-through fee, I would think. But again, I don't know. I don't know what other cities have done, and I don't know necessarily how this policy was created, if it was taken from a neighboring city. But and maybe I'm worrying about things that are not necessary, and we could go back and deal with it. But overall, I thought the policy was well thought out, and I think it speaks to many needs, and I support it. I just have my reservations about the signature element of it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, I'm going to apologize because I didn't read the policy, and I know that we've the city manager and I have discussed that I'll probably be taking this on because I do the banner permits and the public assembly permits. But perhaps if I don't know if it has the language in there or not, if we say that they have to be a registered voter in the city of Hollister, if it says that, then I could have them verified by the county registrar of voters.
Thank
so
you.
There would be a cost, and maybe I could find out what if it could be a not to exceed amount, and maybe collect a fee from someone who wants to raise the flag to pay for that cost.
Thank you. That would certainly put my mind at ease that we were getting true residents of our community that are advocating for the flags that are going to be hung in the future.
Another thing, if we're gonna be discussing fees, we may want to add on also what it would cost for staff to come out and, add.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one. That's what I was wondering, is there a process, is there a fee, for this process? Also, again, do you know, I think it's really great. It talks about, back on 244, actually, right before, what is it, verse? I'm over here doing verses. Chapter 6, verse 3. No, the 3A on 244, it's that you can't request for a flag to be done more than 12 months in advance. Is there a minimum? I mean, can they come up the day before and say, hey, there's no flag going up today or tomorrow, this weekend, can we put this one up? I got 100 signatures. Do we need something like that? And also, I guess to me, it's like, my biggest thing is if we have 12 months and we got 12 organizations, that we're done for the year, which would make it easier on Christine on checking those 100 signatures. But at the same time, if we're doing this as unity, and I always like to call it community poll, come in unity. So when we come together in unity at this poll, and supporting each and everybody, that we have more than just 12. So like, you know what, maybe a week, so organization A comes in January and says, hey, we want to put up a flag for 30 days. And you say, okay, no one else is here. No, at the time of, they submit their application and their signatures, but then a week later, organization B comes and says, hey, we'd like to do this also. I know this talks about first come, first serve, but wouldn't it be more inclusive if we said, okay, so now, now we got 2 organizations for the month of January, so we'll split that month up. And then we get 3, organization 3 comes in and says, hey, oh, you know what, we're putting it in the timeline and we got our 100 signatures. You know what, how about we come up with something that however many flags are put in for that month, that it's spread to an equal time. So if it's three organizations, then it's like 10 days each. 4 organizations, 1 week each. I mean, will we get 208 organizations in a year? I doubt it. It'd be kind of cool, but you know what? And if there's no one else for that month, then they get the whole month. To me, that just seems kind of fair instead of first come, first serve. Fair is first come, first serve. Yeah, I get that. That's fair. But it's like, you know what? Do we want to be inclusive, or it's like me first? So that's the only thing I would suggest with that. And the other real main thing is, whenever are we going to? I don't know if this is addressed to Henry or Brett. Are we getting our flags lit up that are flying for 24 hours a day? Are we going to light them up the way they should be?
Correct. Maybe interesting. That's not a question on the policy. Is that okay? Okay. So, yeah, we are working on with the new poles up front, that they will be lit up, and then we are working on solutions for the other ones.
For the other ones, like at Dunn Park,
correct.
Wherever they're at?
Correct.
Okay, good. Awesome. That's really important to me. But yeah, I would like to see something more inclusive instead of just 12 organizations, to open it, that there's a possibility that it can just stay 12, or that if there's more organizations out there that want to fly their flag, that they have the opportunity. That's it. But other than that, from what I read, I like it. Seems good.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
2 things. Number 1, I disagree with you, Councilmember Burns. I think Mickey Mouse is around us at all times. The magic of Disney isn't here in Hollister and everywhere. So I'm sorry, but I disagree with you. And then number two, just like my question for the last policy we discussed, did we borrow this from somebody? And if so, did we change anything? And if so, what did we change? Thank you.
To answer your question, Councilmember Resendez, we did borrow this from the city of Vermont. Pretty much it stayed consistent to theirs. The only thing that we did add was the 100 signatures. They also had a 24-hour to a 1 month maximum a year to fly the flag. And we also added that they are not allowed to reserve with more than 12 months in advance.
Did you say Vermont?
Okay, thank you.
No, I said Bear, Vermont.
Oh, Bear, Vermont, okay.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from councils? Okay, this time we'll, any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Elias Linus?
I'm sorry, I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing my name. Okay, so please forgive me because I didn't go to the agenda packet on this one. So are we talking about that, please clarify that each applicant is for 1 month, first is for 1 month? I mean, maybe somebody wants to come do it for 1 week. Or last year, Councilman Resendez, I know this year is for the month of June, but last year was for 1 day. So here's the thing, raising the flag, Councilman Resendez did not bring this forward because he wanted the city to make money. So this is not any kind of an item that the city's gonna make money. What it is free, it's, you guys are talking about getting reimbursement for the cost of raising this flag. That being said, I would like for someone to please make a friendly amendment to this because this is a great idea. It doesn't have to be for 1 month, but I would like it to be, I think it's a registered voters. Anybody can go out and get signatures. And I can see a really odd group getting 100 signatures for a flag that is totally unacceptable. And I know that it still has to be approved by the city council, I would hope, not just because you got 100 signatures. And I think 100 signatures is actually, and Christine, this is probably a lot of work on your part, but if you're gonna charge for them to do it, then they're gonna have to come up with some legitimate signatures. What is the population? We just had our census. What is the population of Hollister now, the city Hollister? I think you should require more than 100 signatures. Councilman Resendez, I know that raising the flag for the month of June, you're definitely going to get more than 100 signatures, and there's a lot of support for this, more than there is non-support for this. So I think if you were to ask for registered voters and for a certain percentage of the population of the city, it would weed out those nut jobs that are out there that are going to want and put some kind of outrageous flag that we don't even want to, I don't even want to mention what would come up, they would come up with, but you guys get the idea. But definitely, this is a great idea. It's not here to make money, and you're only bringing this policy up because actually it was more of a conflict because Councilman Resendez wanted something that I think is great to happen, and now you're going to make a policy out of it. So I think it's good to get a percentage of the population of the city, and by increasing it to registered voters and a percentage of the population. And I'm getting tired, guys, so I'm sorry that I keep repeating myself. Thank you.
Mayor, if you don't mind, one thing I would like to bring to council's attention. Item 3 does say approval of the special flag shall state the duration of the display from a minimum of 24 hours to a maximum of 1 calendar month. So it would be up to the person that is making that request because maybe they just want to have it for a day.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
So we'll go back to council. Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
So on page 244, the infamous page, under policy and procedure, it says the following policy and procedure apply to all buildings and facilities owned or controlled by the city of Hollister. Is this For all the buildings, or is this for our community pole?
Well, for locations with the one pole or two poles, it's going to be for the United States flag in the state of California. The special flags will be going on the unity pole in front of City Hall.
So this is talking all buildings though.
It-
Oh, but
it
it's,
was, you know,
but it,
we can make that change in the,
and then special amendment?
yeah, correct.
And also, again, I think it's great. I'd like to make that as a special amendment. And also to, amend that if there's more than one organization to, time, the days be split equally. That's what I would like, because I would like for as many people to fly their flags as possible. And I don't expect us to make any money, but you know what? I do see where, it's like, we can spend 10,000 here, 5,000 here, 500 here, here. You know what? Me, I like to save my money. I save my pennies and I go buy big jet skis. That's what I do. But you know what? I save my money, and if a lot of times what I personally see going on here is like we have it's no problem to spend 10,000 here, 20,000 here, and I think that we really need to check out the way we spend our money. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not used to this big budgeting thing. But every time I hear that we're going to spend 10,000 here, 20,000 here, it's like I'm going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's like, and yet, so, for us to not necessarily make money off of a flag, because that's not what I'm saying. But I mean, a processing fee. I mean, it takes time. If Christine's going to have to check 100 signatures. You know what?
Actually, I would be paying the county to check those signatures.
How much would that be?
Because I don't actually know. I know that.
I mean, even if, even if it costs us
I'm
$100.
thinking about $600.
$600. So, you know what? I'm not saying that we have to charge them $600. I'm saying, something.
Right, part of the motion could be that the applicant will pay the cost to raise the flag, which it would include the verification of the signatures.
Could there even be something in there? So, I don't know, if maybe the city could actually donate part of that money, that $600 or whatever that is, to Cancer Awareness Month. It's like, hey, well, we'll pitch in $50, $100.
I think,
Does that make
Mr.
sense?
Perez,
You know what I'm trying to say?
I think we're going off topic on the item. This item is about the policy, and we're discussing
I was talking about
now.
having
I think
a
it might
special
be
amendment.
inappropriate.
And I was talking about doing a special amendment for that. That's what I was talking about. So.
Yeah, but we're going back and forth with numbers. So if you want to clarify just what you're saying, that'd be appropriate, but I don't think we can go back and forth on discussing dollar values and so on. So please continue.
Okay, so I think that we should pass this, but there's some special amendments that need to be made. One is the verbiage talking about applying to all buildings. And I'd like also to split the days in the month to all organizations that apply for that month. And if there's no other organizations that apply for that month, then they get the whole month.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say first and foremost, I'm not real happy about the policy, I'll be honest. I think if I didn't ask to have the flag raised, we wouldn't be discussing it. And if it was that important, I think we should have brought it up at a different time. It didn't have to be because of the LGBTQ flag. So I'm a little bit hurt over it. I think I mentioned that last meeting, and I'm really sad that, that we're having to go down this route. So I'm not happy about the policy, but I understand that we do need a policy, so I'm willing to support it, but there's some things that I do and don't like that I've heard of this discussion. So number one, the 100 signatures, I think that's fine. But I don't like the idea of them being registered voters. I think we represent everybody. So as long as they live within the city limits, that's totally okay with me. I don't think we should charge people money. These people that are asking for these things, like, I don't think that it's right to charge them money over it. I wrote some things down. I don't even know what I wrote. I'm sorry. Oh, the buildings. I think we should allow, like, you guys want to have a flag policy, let them hang it on all the buildings if they want. That should be part of the application process. Why not? If they want to hang flags, and the police, police department or fire department or whatever, like, why not? Go ahead. You guys want to have a flag policy? Then let's open it up to all the buildings. They're public buildings and they should be allowed to do that. And then split. Oh, I don't think that we should split. I like what I think there's language in there that if there's two competing, then the city manager can go ahead and use his, basically decide which one goes where. But if we're going to split it, like, then we might split like Black History Month. If the whole point of doing Black History Month is to celebrate the whole month. The point of celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month is to celebrate the whole month. So I think that could cause some problems for us in the future. If you guys want to have a policy, then let's open it up to everybody. And this is a good start. I think we're overcomplicating it, and I'm just having flashbacks of our last discussion. So I like it, and those are the things that I would support. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may.
Mr. Perez, go ahead, sir.
I thought this was pertaining to the community poll, basically. I mean, we are doing a policy for the city, but the whole thing that started it was the community poll. And so now we're gonna open it up to citywide flag, displaying our flags all over. I thought this was specifically for the unity poll as far as all the organizations. As far as the state and the American flag, I thought those were already covered. That this was specifically for the community poll. Unless I was wrong, I mean, just saying.
Thank you. I think maybe this part of that confusion, Mr. Perez, is you mentioned that we would be having it flown on the different flagpoles throughout the city. I think that's a comment you made. Maybe that's where that reference came from. But here's my suggestions on some of this. I know there's the conversation about the length of time. That length of time maybe should be based on the organization's declaration is if it's, the whatever group, fly their flag for the week, or whatever, maybe their group is flying it for the day, or maybe it's the month, the nationwide group, or what we're seeing across the country. That would be one way to handle it. I think as far as the signatures, a good way to just handle that is an affidavit when they're signing it saying that they live in the city. So we can just look at the addresses. We don't have to go through a whole process of verifying signatures, but obviously if we're seeing names that it's just not making sense, there might be an issue there, but that could be taken care of with the wording on the petition as an affidavit. So people are swearing that that's who they are, where they live. That can be handled. I think the idea of trying to collect money, it does just make things complicated. I don't think we need to go there. I think we just need to, there's some good ideas in here. I'm okay with most of them. And I think, again, if we simplify the, is it the month, depending on the organization? Is it the week, depending on the organization, or maybe it's a day? A lot of groups just want to fly a flag for a day so they can bring everybody out and celebrate it together. So I do think we do need to have signatures to prevent those that just want to put something up to antagonize the rest of the community, make them go through a process. So that'd be my 2 cents. Anything else from the council?
Yeah, I totally agree that, you shouldn't have to be a registered voter to sign with an affidavit signature. But again, this policy was for the community poll, and this is talking about all buildings, and that's two different issues. We're mixing oranges and apples here. For the community poll, definitely all this applies. I'm I'm not saying that we need to charge, for raising this flag. I know that there's expenses that the city pays for things, but, you know, I just think that it's something, an issue, and I don't want to go down a rabbit trail, but it's like, I think we, as representatives, elected officials and representing our districts, we also have, to watch how we spend our money. And it's not just the big money on alleys or streets, but it's all the nickels and dimes and the quarters and stuff here and there. So, but it's, I'm just saying that, that's why I brought that up. But I love the, that you don't have to be a voter, and there's no verbiage in here about that. The other thing is, this has to be changed, that this is not to all buildings, this is for our community pool. And besides that, I'm all in.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Quick comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. It doesn't say it's for the community poll. It says City of Hollister establishing a policy on flag display. And yeah, it does say all buildings. I think we can get ourselves in some real trouble by just limiting it to the community poll. Or if we are, then it needs to come back as a separate item. The way I read this policy or this item is for it to be open to, as a flag policy for the city. So you wanted a flag policy, there you go.
It started out for the community poll. Now we're gonna cover all the city, which it does cover, but I thought this was designated for the city, the community flagpole. Was it not, Tim? I mean, that's what I mean, this,
Sure.
I understand it does cover the whole city because it's a policy. But,
Yeah.
as far as displaying all these other flags all over the city, it's, I don't think so. I mean, I don't care what flag it is. You know what, we have a community poll that we approved, and this is what this was about. And also, I guess that's where it kind of gets really gray, is that we planned it for the community poll, and now it's going to all the buildings, and that's a problem. So, again, if we want to amend it to the community poll, then I think it's great. And any other flagpoles that we want to raise at Esperanza Center or wherever, you know, then we can always add those into this, can't we? Wouldn't we be able to do that?
Esperanza Center is not it's not a public
I know it's
building.
not a city. I'm just saying, wherever we wanted to put a flagpole, we could always.
Jason, question for you, if I can.
Hang on a second, everyone. We're going all over the place here. Are you done, Mr. Perez?
For now.
You're done? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
I'm just wondering, I think we're going down, the language to me is that we're going to establish a policy for the city. Jason, am I not interpreting this correctly? I mean, if we're going to allow flags and we're going to adopt a policy to hang, then it needs to be for all public-owned buildings. Am I not? Unless it was presented differently, or if there was an amendment that was adopted, I think. But to me, it reads that it's for all public buildings or the city-owned buildings, correct?
The city council can decide whether it wants this to apply to all public buildings or only to the unity pole that's been proposed. I do agree, however, whichever way the city council decides to go, if it wants to approve this at all, it's worth clarifying that in the flag policy. Does it apply to all public buildings or only to the unity pole? And that's a policy decision for the council to make.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there any other questions or comments?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So I do like the idea that we clarify it. I know that that the LGBTQ plus conversation brought this to the forefront, and it was my understanding that the commitment was to fly that flag in front of City Hall, and I support that, and I will support that forever. But I do think that we need to clean this up here and now, and so I would support that those flags only be flown from the unity or the community pole in front of City Hall. And I support the policy as written, and I believe time will tell if we need to come back and tweak this some. And my sense is if if the city where we borrowed this from had had any challenges, they would have already amended this. So again, I think experience will dictate what we need to do in regards to this. But I do like the idea, and I do think the appropriate place for these flags for our community to be flown is absolutely in front of City Hall. I think that sends the clearest, most direct message that we could versus other city buildings. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you, and I will support this.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Is there,
if I may?
Go ahead.
Currently, when I do the banner requests, I have on the application that they must be a 501c3. They have it for 2 weeks. There's a $150 fee to put the banner up, but of course that involves taking that box to get the banner across San Benito Street. A certificate of insurance and a waiver liability.
Certificate of insurance for the 501(c)(3)? Okay.
Yes.
I think that's too, I thank you for the information, but I think for our community poll, I don't think we need to go that extreme. But I do think that it needs to be just confined to our community poll. And if we're not gonna charge, then that's just a cost that the city can occur. I think, you know what, I quit, I'm done. I'm not gonna say no more, okay?
All right, thank you. We don't have any other questions, comments. I think, again, the last thing I'm hearing that's probably not clarified yet is the number of signatures. I heard 100 in affidavit, I think everyone agrees with, and they live in the city of Hollister. They don't have to be registered voters, they just have to live in the city of Hollister. I guess one question would be, do they have to be of any age? Does the council feel is it 18 and over, 16 and over? What?
16.
I know there's a lot of high school kids that would love to be part of
16.
this program, so I think it's, I would recommend not having an age deal, because I think sometimes even the littlest kids will see this as a lesson in life that's really a memorable experience. So as long as they live in the city, I guess. How do you all feel?
100% support that. Thank you.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I concur with everything you've said. I do want to just confirm, though, for city staff, that the flags will be flown only in front of City Hall, and just to clarify the policy so that there's no confusion as opposed to other city buildings. And I just would like to get clarity on that, and then I think we can move forward. Thank you, sir.
And that could be in your motion, sir. Your motion can clarify all the items we just talked about. If we're all done, if somebody would make a motion and clarify the language we just all talked about. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt, or how do I say this? I should have started off with an easier one than this.
Just resolution 2021-82 and with all the items we just spoke about.
Actually, I'm trying to find what it was. I was going through here. But actually, so you want to go ahead and do this one since you're so good at it?
I'd love to.
You're withdrawing your motion, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burns, are you making the motion?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move to approve resolution 2021-82, and with the following changes. Number one, that the flag only be flown in front of City Hall. Number two, that anybody can request it as long as they're a resident within the city of Hollister. And that the signatures be verified by the city clerk at no expense.
The 100 signatures.
Any age.
Right.
I don't know if I'd be able to verify them if they're not registered voters. I don't know how to go about verifying.
Oh, I'm sorry. The mayor had a great idea. It's with an affidavit.
Yeah.
I think with an affidavit, and so
I don't do this part.
I believe that was the extent of it.
Mr. Burns, if I could just clarification.
Yes, please.
You said anybody can fly the flag. I think there was some language in there as far
You're
as
right.
what groups could, so I want to make sure we're following the language that was in there
Right.
already.
Right, I
Would that be
agree.
all right with you?
Yes, absolutely. So anybody can apply and based on a review by city staff to see if they qualify within the terms and conditions of the policy, that we move forward with the adoption of the resolution.
Okay, thank you, sir. So that is your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
We will now move to item F7. I'm sorry, we're at 10 o'clock. I need a consensus from the council to continue. Is there a
Yes.
consensus from the council to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll
Yes.
move to item F7.
I'm sorry, one moment, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Item F7, which I am desperately searching for right now, is for the United Way of San Benito County 211 services. In the past, the city has provided an appropriation in the amount of $2,500 in fiscal year 2021, or in 2019 and 2020. No, the past 2 years they did it. And so they're requesting, again, the appropriation of $2,500 for fiscal year 2021 and 2022 to support the United Way of San Benito County's 211 services. The United Way of San Benito County is a nonprofit organization that provides assistance to those that need help finding services. Their goal is to find the different options that are available. They work for individuals in need. The City of Hollister has supported, again, this program in the past. The City of Hollister has now received another request to once again provide support to the organization. United Way is seeking a commitment of $2,500 for current fiscal year 2021, which is already budgeted in Fund 101-1100-749-001, and is requesting an amount of $2,500 for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Any questions from council?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just wondering if we have any data if we can see some data. I'm not gonna not support it, but I'd like to see some data about how frequent are they using the 211 number line? Is that something that's still being utilized? Or if there is data, I'd like to see it. If not, then it's fine either way. But I'm just wondering. I think it's a noble cause. It's good. But I'm just wondering, are we using it?
Council desires, I could withdraw this item and come back at another date with someone from United Way to be able to provide you those numbers.
I don't know if that's necessary. Like, I definitely would support it. I think I don't want to stop it, giving them support. But I'd like to see something in the future. Maybe they could just email us something. I'd appreciate that.
I concur. That'd be neat to see how much it's being used, and you know what, but why, let's not stop this now.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council?
I do, sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm just wondering with things changing, I wonder if they're doing anything different aside from the phone number. Is there like a social media presence? Is there a website? I'm just wondering what other services. So if they can include that as well, Christine, thank you.
Sure. So social phone numbers, social media presence, and
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're adapting to the times, are they doing social media outreach? Like, how else are they using this service? I'm just curious,
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would say in the past, they have made a presentation, giving us update on the usage, the number of phone calls. They do use social media and different resources to get the word out about the services they offer. But I would agree, I think we need to either have a quick presentation to bring us up to date on what's going on. Every call to 211 saves us money from the 911 calls. So that's important for everyone to know, and it provides the services for the community. But I think it would be important to get a quick update from them also. Any other questions from council? Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2021-83.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This item is ordinance number 1202, an ordinance of the City of Hollister repealing and replacing Hollister Municipal Code, Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 2.04, City Council. This is the second reading, so staff requests that we hold, it says hold a public hearing, but we don't need to do a public hearing this time. Read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance 1202 of the City of Hollister to repeal and replace Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 2.04, City Council.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Elias Salinas. Elliot, go ahead.
Thank you. So I would, my comment is with regards to the language that I would request for an amendment. It is the paragraph right after 2.04.05.15, which is conduct at public meetings. And and then it's 2.04.015.6. There's a paragraph between the two. Quote, for ease of reference to the term, unquote, member, close quote, refers to the member of the City Hollister Council, comma, city treasurer, comma, city clerk, comma, or city boards, comma, committees or commissions established by city ordinance or council policy. I request that the words include the mayor. The mayor is an elected official title. He is a member of city council, but he holds that the mayor position holds its own title. And I would request that the language mayor be added to this reference for the term member so that there's no confusion. Therefore, when members are all mentioned in here, it also includes the mayor, because at this moment, the way it's read, the mayor is not included, the word, because he is an elected, it is a separate, I'm sorry, not he, but it is a position that is an elected position. It is completely separate of the city council. It is a part of the city council. So I request that you guys consider changing the language to add that to it. Otherwise, 2.04.015.7 communication would claim that all members, and it would reframe, the mayor would be the only one that would not be refrained if he's not added to that language, that he would be the only one allowed, or the mayor, I'm sorry, because it could be a she. The mayor would be the only individual allowed to adjudicate, to receive information outside of a public meeting. And that would give the mayor that is not a strong mayor a position, because the mayor position represents the entire city. Therefore, the mayor would be able to actually meet, because he has jurisdiction over the entire city, giving the mayor position the only individual being able to speak to anybody outside public hearings. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more speakers, but if I may say that of this Hollister Municipal Code, Section 2.04.040 implementation, states that the Hollister Municipal Code is intended to be self-enforcing and is an expression of the standards of conduct for members expected by the city. It therefore becomes most effective when members are thoroughly familiar with it and embrace its provisions. This document shall be included in the regular orientations for candidates for city council, city treasurer, city clerk, applicants to the boards, committees, commissions, newly elected and appointed officials. Members entering office shall sign a statement, and there's an example that I affirm that I have read and understand the City of Hollister Municipal Code, Chapter 2.04 in its entirety for elected and appointed officials, which we would all sign.
Correct. Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
A question for Mr. Epperson. It's my presumption, and of course I'm not an attorney, but when we talk about the council as a whole, is the mayor considered to be part of the council, or is it something where we would need to include the word mayor? I'm comfortable with the city council as a whole, and the mayor is obviously part of the city council and is simply tasked with running the meetings and other mayor duties. But my presumption is, as I've read what has been proposed, the mayor would be limited to complying with what council members are as it relates to members in the community and development.
The mayor is a city council member, of course, and so where it talks about council members, it applies to all 5 positions, including that of mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments?
Nope.
Is there a motion?
Make 'em.
I will move to approve, let me see if I can do this right this time. Read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1202 of the City of Hollister to repeal and replace Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 204 of the City Council.
Thank you. The motion, is there a second?
Yes.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G1, reports from your committees. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez.
Nothing to report.
I have nothing to report either. We're going to move now to item G2, informational reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor Velazquez. First of all, I want to thank the members of the community who have contributed to the Marty Richmond Memorial Scholarship Fund. Thank you. It's raised the amount of the scholarship significantly, and I appreciate your commitment to this process. I would like to ask city staff what the status is on proclamations for former city employees or city employees deserving of recognition. I know that we talked about this in the past, and I know that it was delayed for a little over a year due to COVID restrictions and precautions, but I do want to move forward with that. I'd also like to recommend that council discuss moving forward in the future with a conversation to ask the Art and Culture Commission to work to create a City of Hollister flag. I think Councilmember Perez's idea was great, and I think it would be a great way to launch that commission, and the community could absolutely benefit from that. I'd also like to ask staff, the city manager, where we are at in the chief of police recruitment process. It's been approximately 28 days since we last spoke, and that's a very important issue for our community. And finally, I'd like to encourage the residents of San Benito County, including the residents within the city, to volunteer to be a member of the San Benito County Civil Grand Jury. It's an amazing experience, a valuable experience, and I can tell you firsthand that I sat on the committee in 2016, or the grand jury in civil grand jury in 2016, and we are all about volunteers. We would not be who we are as a community without the great volunteerism that we read about on a daily and weekly basis. So please step up and and join that, and you'll find it's a worthwhile experience. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, I wanted to thank our city crew, street workers, all the city staff. It seems, I don't know, maybe it's just because I live in the older district and we do have a fault line going through there. And, you know, we got 4th Street that's closed down because of a pipe that's been recently fixed. But I went out there and seen, and it's like, it's definitely not by any, by the employees messing up anything or nothing. It's the ground moving. And so for District 1 and all of Hollister, you know, bear with them. They are on it. They are Johnny on the spot. They are all over the place. I noticed they were over in, what is it, Hillcrest in 25 or Industrial? Yeah, Industrial. It's like, you know, they have another break over there. These guys, I see you guys out there, you know, and maybe because I'm in the older district, we need a lot of maintenance though in the older district. But you know what, I appreciate all the city workers out there doing their job. And it's not just the ones out there with the jackhammer or on the backhoe. It's the secretary up there, you know, just everyone does their part. And you know what, I really appreciate you guys for what you do out there. You know, just like when we bring up a resolution or we ask our staff here to follow up on giving some staff direction, it's like, I truly appreciate Renee for just trying to help out with the 20% alleys, all the work that you do, Christine. Paul, wake up. No, just kidding. All the IT work that you do, you know what, I see you here at 5 in the morning. This dude's nuts, you know, and he's still here. It's like, you know, there's so many people. I'm not even going to mention Abraham, so. But, you know, I truly do appreciate your work ethic. You know, I see it, and I really appreciate it. Speaking of that, how about that River Parkway? That celebration was really awesome. The ribbon cutting, it was great to see all the community response. Seeing the kids' faces when you called their names and say, that was really awesome. Come running up there to get their bikes. There was a great suggestion about the bike giveaway of Vice Mayor. It's great to see the city moving forward on things like that, and it makes me really proud to be I don't know what's the right word, Hollistonian or Hollisterite, but to live here. You guys are all great. I see you out there too, Mark. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Sundas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo some of the sentiments that Councilmember Perez had said about the park. River Park Trail opening, it was a beautiful occasion, and I think our staff, you know, they did such a great job getting that together. Just kudos to everybody that was out there. You know, those are the types of events that I really enjoy going to. Those are the people that we represent. You know, it's pretty evident. And just to get out there and get to mingle with them and, you know, hear about different things that are going on in our districts. Like, that's my favorite part about the job. I absolutely loved it. So I can't thank the staff enough. You know, when you guys do things like this, it really helps us. And we really appreciate that. It was just a great day all around. Good time. And I'm looking forward to more events like that. I hope I don't mess this up, but I had a constituent call me and mention, and he's right, I believe, that next year is the 150th anniversary of Hollister. So I looked it up, and it's actually called a sesquicentenary, or hang on one second, sesquicentennial. Other than a bicentennial, that's 200 years, 150th anniversary, and this is going to be hard, but anyhow, the point is that next year we're going to be 150 years old, and I'm hoping that we can start, and he was hoping that we can start talking to our community partners and look at really just celebrating that. I think it's going to be a great time because we're hopefully coming out of COVID. We can just plan a bunch of events to celebrate who we are and that we're 150 years old. So that's my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent idea. Maybe City Clerk, you can give us the exact date the city was incorporated, so we have that. We can figure out the 150-year celebration. Of course, I do also want to thank everyone involved with the New River Park Trail. Just really great to see so many people in our community out there enjoying it. All the hard work for everybody that put into it to make it happen, and exciting. And it's time to move to the next steps. So, City Manager, if we can start looking at the next idea of finishing that loop around our existing ponds, how we can do that, and also how we can look at using the ponds in the end for maybe a fishing pond and some recreational activities on the ponds that are not being used, and what we can do to start moving forward on that. I think we're at that point that the community is really enjoying their community, and exciting to see it happen. The other update I wanted to get was where are we at with the progress on the cannery? I saw they're out there, they're still pumping sludge out, which is great. Want to make sure that we had the storm drains checked clean. When are we going to start priming the ponds? Usually it's at least a month ahead of the season, so we want to make sure we get a jump start on the priming of the ponds so we don't have any of the odors. It plays a very, very important role to keep the odors down. And the last item I wanted to bring up was, now that we are, and Mr. Burns brought this up earlier about helping our businesses, the funds we could be coming through, but we've had major success with our downtown parklet program. More restaurants are interested in being downtown. Can we look into finding a way to help some of the building owners install kitchen equipment, hood vents, and some of the other things that have seemed to stall some of the other potential clients? What we can do to get more restaurants to the downtown. I think many of them would love to be in downtown if they could find a location that had hoods, and I'm sure some of the building owners would appreciate having a longer-term client. So we can start looking into that as our next phase of the downtown parklet program. Maybe, as Mr. Resendez pointed out, the 150-year celebration, we could look into a sign that crosses over the street, point out this is Hollister and the year we were founded. So that would be a great addition to our downtown, and now it's the time to start moving forward on some of those ideas. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to now City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to echo everybody's gratitude. I would like to really thank Tina and her staff. They did a great job. Also want to thank the sponsors that donated the bicycles. That was really a good touch. The status of the police chief, we had interviews on Friday for our first interviews, and we'll be tallying up the scores, and then hopefully doing second interviews either later this week or beginning of next week. But we're moving forward as quickly as we can, because it is an important position. With the 150 years, I will tell you both your chamber and HDA have been talking to me and coming up with ideas. We just will need to start sitting down and planning that out. The big issue was just kind of getting over COVID, but I've been hearing a lot of great ideas of what we could do or what items they've done in the past to celebrate Hollister birthdays in the past. And speaking of HDA, I can't wait for it because it's my farmer's market. I can't look forward to getting my potato and enjoying a nice potato dinner. So with that, just to remind everybody that farmer's market starts this week. Thank you, Mayor. That was it.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney.
Thank you. No statement.
City Clerk.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Chief.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just wanted to inform the City Council, in case they weren't aware of it already. Last week, I was attending a Zoom conference with California Police Chiefs Association, but my attention was drawn to the San Benito County Board of Supervisors, where they were discussing the closing of Nash Road at the high school. The information was being passed on, or they were going to vote on closing the street additional hours till 10 p.m. And there was a little misinformation on the being discussed along the lines of Chief Del Campo being okay with it being closed Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So I did speak at the Board of Supervisors, and luckily Chief Del Campo was able to do the same from out of state. But it was clarified that we were okay with it being closed until 10, only if there's a specific event like a dance or a large gathering of people, not to be closed Monday through Friday till 10 just because it's Monday through Friday. And I think the message was clear. My understanding is that they did not vote on the item, but I just wanted the council to be aware of that discussion. Other than that, we did meet with the police departments that are our fellow in our group for Embasia for our insurance. We had a good discussion, and we're looking at ways, Embasia is looking at ways that they can fund some wellness programs for all the departments within their group, and ideas that we can look into reducing costs. So that was a good meeting. And the final thing I wanted to bring up, that before the next council meeting, between May 9th and May 15th, is going to be National Police Memorial Week. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officer Memorial Day, and the week in which that date falls as National Police Memorial Week. So, unfortunately, we've had a lot of police officers this year across the nation killed in the line of duty, and I just wanted to point that out, that we're going to be having that May 15th is coming up, and we're going to be celebrating that recognition of National Police Memorial Day and the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to item G3. Who is present on this item? Oh, there it is.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. This is dear and close to my heart, this presentation. When I first started working for the city, I was a maintenance worker 1, got in the water department, and I started reading meters. When we were reading meters, we walked to every single house, lifted the lid up, wrote down their reading. We did that for probably 7-8 years when I got here. Then we started getting into the more remote reading. We're going to have a presentation tonight showing you how we can upgrade the system even more so than we already have. So Adam Arviello from Ferguson Water Works will be doing the presentation for you. It'll be up on the screen for you.
Adam, go ahead. Yep, he's working on it.
There we go. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that intro. I'm Adam Revlo. I'm the Solution Specialist for Ferguson Waterworks. We are the Neptune distributor for the state of California. Matt Emsley from Neptune's also on this meeting as well. I'll let him introduce himself kind of after this presentation during the when the next speaker can go kind of thing. He's actually a resident of Hollister, so if you guys have any questions, you can always bug him as well. A little bit about this, what the city is doing already. So there's 2 terms I'm going to be throwing out here, AMR and AMI. AMR stands for automated meter reading, and that is, what you can think of that as is a drive-by meter reading. That's what the city's currently using now. So in this little diagram here, you can see someone would drive around, pick up the meter reads, bring those reads back to the city, and transfer everything over to billing. With AMI, or the advanced metering infrastructure, that's more of what we call a fixed-based system. So the plan would be to put collectors up around the city. Those meters would transmit readings over to the collectors. That would get transmitted via the cloud back to a web app the utility would be able to use. Now, the main difference between these 2 systems, with the drive-by, you're going out once a month, getting your billing reads. So you're getting 12 monthly billing reads per year per meter. With AMI, those meters are transmitting 24/7, those collectors are listening 24/7. So what you're getting is if a meter gets all of its hourly transmissions reach a collector, you're getting 8,760 hourly reads per year. So you can see there's a big difference in the amount of data you're getting between an AMR, a drive-by system, and an AMI or fixed-based system. So that's really where the power of an AMI system comes into play. And we'll get into that a little bit more here in a couple slides. So some of the this is based on a study from 2018. These are some of the main concerns that utilities have when going over to AMI. One of those is going to be battery life of the meters. So those radios, those transmitters, they require battery. They're in a meter box or a meter pit. There's no way to power them other than a battery. Neptune meters, you guys have been utilizing them through AMR system for quite some time. The typical life of a meter is for one of these radios is going to be 20 years. You guys actually have a couple meters that have been running since the early 2000s. So we're holding up to that 20-year lifespan. You guys have quite a few registers and radios that are much younger than that. So you're not looking at any large change outs of registers or radios for this project. Kind of that investment in an AMR and AMI. The city was actually really smart. The way you guys installed your AMR meters, they're ready to go for AMI. So the only real investment you need to go to AMI is to set up the infrastructure. We will talk a little bit about upgrading some of the radios, but that's more just because of that older technology. So getting into that technical obsolescence, we can still read all those radios I talked about that were from the early 2000s, we can still read those radios. The main reason you're gonna have to upgrade some of your registers will be for the distance those can transmit. So obviously as technologies progress, our newer registers can transmit over a much further distance than some of those older ones. So we are still able to read the older registers, but for cost benefit, it's going to be more cost effective to put up, to upgrade some of those older registers to the newer, more powerful ones than to put up additional collectors around the city. Vendor support. I myself have been working with Henry since 2017. Previous to being a solution specialist and the salesperson for Ferguson, I was the integration specialist. So I worked with providing support for all of the hardware and software related to the reading systems, compatibility with existing systems. We are your existing system, compatibility with billing. We work closely with Tyler Technologies across a bunch of different utilities. Obviously, we're working with them now with you guys to get your current meter reading system up and running. And then ease of installation and maintenance. This is a big piece too, because you guys are already very familiar with our meters. So and like I said before, the setup you guys chose to do for the AMR system would be the exact same as the AMI. So there's already a familiarity there with installing and maintaining those meters. I'm going to skip through some of these slides just in the interest of time. But the no barriers philosophy of Neptune, like I said, we are backwards compatible on all our radios. So you guys aren't wasting assets in the ground. We're still able to read all of your old radios that are already there. This is just a little bit about the transmission. So those newer radios, like I said, the reason they're able to transmit further than some of those older ones, those older radios have this 100 milliwatt signal that transmitted every 14 seconds. These newer radios transmit a 1 watt burst every 7.5 minutes. So same battery life, but they're able to transmit a 1 watt burst that travels much further. That's why upgrading some of those registers allows us to put less collectors into the system. The main thing, what you're curious about, is going to be the benefits of an AMI system. So as I said, you're looking at almost 9,000 data points per meter versus 12. So there's a lot more you can do with that data. From a customer service perspective, you're able to proactively notify customers of potential leaks. So you can actually get automated reports basically each day that'll say, hey, here's your list of meters with potential leaks. It'll tell you how long those leaks or that leak flag has been activated. And then you can actually also run a report that will compare the consumption of the meter since that leak flag's been activated versus what it was before. So it's really easy to determine, how bad a potential leak is, so you can notify customers, things of that nature, get ahead of what could be potentially high bill disputes, things of that nature. And then you can provide customers with that actual detailed data as well with billing inquiries. So when someone calls in with a high bill complaint, you have all that hourly data. You can say, hey, they can say, hey, why is my bill way higher this month than it was last month? Well, we noticed usage spikes on Tuesday and Thursday nights from this time. You start irrigating, things of that nature. So it really helps with the customer service aspect as well. There's, like I said, the key here is there's a lot more data for you guys to look at and analyze than there is with just getting those monthly reads. Utility operations, you can reduce and eliminate truck rolls for increased efficiency. So some of those things would be off-cycle reads. So if there's move in, move out, instead of sending someone out there to have to collect those reads during a non-normal billing cycle, you can just log into the AMI system, pull that read, and get that for the move in, move out. We also offer things like virtual disconnect. So if there's properties are vacant or things of that nature, and you don't want to, for whatever reason, shut off the water, actually shut off the water physically, you can get notified of usage on properties where you're not expecting it. And there's a bunch of different reports that you can use for analytics. I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit high level here, but if you guys want any more information on some of that stuff, let Henry know and I can send over all that information for him to distribute to you guys. Revenue enhancement, so obviously you're reducing your cycle reading time. Instead of someone going out and driving all those routes, it's all coming in automatically via those fixed base collectors. Identify sources of lost revenue water. So there is a lot of ability in here to do consumption by area group, to run consumption reports by what we call groups. So you can group meters together by areas, by if there's like a meter feeding an area, you can group all the meters under that into one group to run a report. So you can kind of look a little bit at what you're billing or what your meters are reading, because that's what you're going to bill, versus what you're pumping. So it makes that a little bit easier as well. And then conservation, those usage reportings, and then reverse flow alerts. So if you you'll see in here as well, there's also a automated reverse flow alert that you can get that can help do things like identify if there's a line break. So if something were to happen, if the line were to break, you'd see a bunch of reverse flows trigger around where that break was. It also helps with meter tampering. So because I've seen people flip their meters around to try and get those registers to run down, things like that. Instead of catching that when you're going around once a month to read it, you can get those sorts of notifications instantly. The other thing we offer is API compatibility. So we have the ability to interface with third-party applications like customer portals, work order management systems. So if there's anything the city decides they want to add in later, it's real easy. We can work with those different applications to have them pull our consumption data into them. So just a little bit about what you guys would be looking at as a system. So we'd be looking at 7 collectors for you guys to capture the whole system, what we call 98.5% of reads. That's kind of the industry standard. And then this right here would be if we didn't upgrade any of our registers, this would be worst case scenario. If the whole city was that our older versions without that 1 watt burst, with the number of collectors we're looking at putting up, you'd be able to get 85% of the system. And then once we upgrade some of those registers, you'd be getting up to that 98.5% of the system. So this is just kind of what that would look like for that coverage map. So this is with the V4 coverage, which is those registers with the 1 watt burst. versus the V3. So you can see just a little bit of a visualization on how much that extra 1 watt transmission helps those registers reach. We also offer a lot of fill-in things. So you can see there's some registers out here that aren't covered by the system. There's some other technologies that we can integrate in as well to kind of maybe try and spot fill in some registers that are out of range so that they would come in through that AMI system as well. So a little bit about that cost to go AMI. So we're looking at, conservatively, we're looking at about $270,000 for upgrading the registers, and about $140,000 to install, for purchasing and installing the infrastructure. That infrastructure cost is a one-time cost, so you pay to install that infrastructure, and that would be good for like the system. That meter and register replacement, one thing you guys would be able to do is kind of, instead of having to pay that up front, you could kind of pay that as you go. So as I said, if we were to stand up that infrastructure right now, that would cover 85% of the city would call in through that AMI system. The rest of it, anything that didn't call in, you can continue reading by that drive-by route, and then you could upgrade the registers as we go, or as you are able to budgetarily, or just with resources for installing those meters. So it's something where you could set up that infrastructure now and then work your way up to that 98.5%. So I know this is a pretty brief presentation here. Tried to keep it a little bit high level. If you guys have more questions, we can definitely go into some more detail. I can get into kind of how that data presentment would look as well in the software. So I just want to thank you again for your time. And if you have any questions, anything like that, please let me know. I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Go ahead.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it very much. With regard to the fixed base system, or I think you referred to it as the AMI, and the photograph that you put up with relation to the installation of that equipment, my presumption is I'm looking at traffic lights and poles. So my question is, and I'm very uneducated, maybe even ignorant in regards to this. So would there be any cost for the city to acquire the property, or is this all going to be put on city currently owned infrastructure? What I'm looking at is kind of like cell phone towers and that kind of, sometimes where there's an acquisition cost, and it doesn't sound like there is any of that. And so I'd just like to know your thoughts and response on that, please, sir.
Yes, so we would be looking at city-owned infrastructure. What our big candidate here would be that water tank up on the hill. That actually, just that tank itself gets a very large percentage of the meters of the city. We also like to build in a little redundant so that if a collector goes down, we're not losing huge swaths of the meters as well. So we do have the option to install on light poles. This is just kind of an example of that. It's all pretty streamlined here. There's this is the collector itself, the power supply, which taps into that same power supply as the light, and then the antenna at the top. And then our policy typically is to install at least 8 feet, typically about 10 feet off the ground, just so that your average passerby on the street would not be able to mess with it.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions for you. I do have a couple for our department head, please.
Thank you. Did you want to ask those now, sir?
If I may, and then that way we can, thank you. So, Mr. Gonzalez, can you, have you taken a look at what the cost is, which I hear, if I added correctly, is about $410,000. Have you taken a look at the cost of what the installation is versus the time savings cost for staff? So my point is, if we now use 1 or 2 people to do this every day of the year, and we're not going to need that number of people, whatever that may be, I would see that as a cost saving. So in my mind, that it's a no-brainer if there's a cost savings to the city and staff time and resources.
Absolutely. So we read monthly. It takes us about 10 hours to read. It used to be a lot longer. Right now, we drive around in a vehicle picking up all the information that these towers would be collecting. The problem with what we have, if we have a bad meter or something like that, we have to go back out and find it and, you know, and repair that. With this is going to be, you know, instantaneously. You're going to get, you know, live information. When we have leaks, people say, I don't have a leak. With this type of technology, we can pull up the day, the hour you did have a leak. We have people that will, you know, sometimes they break a sprinkler, or the most common thing is toilet leaks, honestly. Mm-hmm. They say, well, you know, there's no leaks in my house, this and that. Their bill is an extra $500, and they're blaming us. They're saying our meters are inaccurate, or, you know, we're lying, or, you know, they're in disbelief of how much a toilet can actually cost in a leak. So all this stuff you can pull up, and they can call in and ask, can you look at my account, see what that looks like? And, you know, the graphs that you've seen earlier, it would tell you, this day you had a leak. This day, you know, you were good. Give you very specific information.
Okay. And then if we were to move forward to approve this to be implemented, what's the funding stream for that?
All the water meter fees.
Okay, so, but we would not increase the water meter fee, or would we? To offset the cost of the system we're proposing to install?
That would probably be something that city manager and I would be discussing.
Correct. And, yeah, well, because we'd have to look at what the cost of meters are compared to what we set the impact fee for. But to kind of add on the cost of staff, the one part we probably can't quantify is just the time staff is on the phone over in the payment center about people complaining about leaks. And we're kind of working on a system also where it actually you can look at it you can pick this stuff up on your phone and be notified if the system thinks you have a leak. So, like I say, I mean, this is the future, where instead of having water loss because people didn't know about a leak and from month to month, this is, you know, within hours that you can start telling that you have a leak. So it's beneficial just to in staff time, and then just water loss. You know, water is becoming very precious, so that's one of the main reasons for it.
Right, and your last comment was my last question, and I think you've answered it. But if we're headed into yet another drought year, I presume this system would also allow us to better understand the individual uses, so that we could have those proactive conversations to reduce excessive water usage by the customer base.
Yeah, we should be able to.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the response to the questions, and I absolutely support working smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple things.
Sure.
Okay, who's, Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
So, I come from property management, and so my last property I was managing, they had 100 units, and we were getting notices from the city that they're going to start fining us because we're using excessive water. So then I started checking it out, and I found this. I don't know. Are you guys? Is the presenter still here?
Yes, I'm still on.
Is this the system that you use in that they use in Morgan Hill?
So Morgan Hill is I believe it's a census system. So similar, but a different manufacturer.
Yeah. So you know what? I know that working with this type of system here, we were able to find out, because they had 3 meters on that property. We were able to find out precisely the hours, and we traced it back down to toilet leaks. So it was worth it for us to go change out the whole valve system for 100 units, which is 2 bathrooms each one, 200 units of fixing bathrooms, just the toilets, and we saved 250,000 gallons of water a month. It's incredible. So a system like this, we were able to trace it down and repair what was going on. So I love this system. I think it's a great system. My only question was, so you were talking about the radios and that we wouldn't have to update them yet. We wouldn't have to update them, but like in 5 years or 10 years, would we have to update them then?
Well, so what Adam was speaking on was the meters themselves. So you have a mechanical part and you have a digital part of the meter,
correct.
right? So the lifespan of those are 10 to 15 years for the power source.
Okay.
So we turn over meters around every 8 to 10 years because they do become a little less efficient. The newer ones we're putting in have no moving parts in them. So they're out 20 years now before you have to start replacing them. So that's a cost savings right there, not having to replace every 10 years. We got 20 years on that.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
And then if you were able to put a number, quantitate how much you lost with 3 toilets, we have just over 8,000 accounts. So the cost savings there was, I mean, it would multiply.
And so when you was talking about pretty much the potential or the web access to, would the residents be able to log in with their own on that website and see exactly the graphs and everything of when? Because that's how I figured out what it was.
Right.
You know.
Yes. Henry, do you mind if I take this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways we can handle that. Neptune is releasing their own customer portal to go along with their head end site right now. So that's something I'd have to get you some dates on when that would be released. We also offer that API integration with different other customers, or not customers, sorry, different other customer portals. So we can look at, I can talk to Henry, we can look at some different options there for customer portals to kind of find what would be best for you. I will say with the customer portals, they do kind of vary a lot in price depending on how many bells and whistles you do want. But it's definitely something that integrates easily with our system. Neptune's going to be releasing their own here shortly. And then you also have the ability to easily just share those graphs with customers as well. If you know there's a leak there, or if they're calling about a high bill, you can share down to all that hourly data with the customer pretty easily as well.
That's all the questions I had, but you know what, it's a really great system, and if we used it citywide, I mean, we're just one small apartment complex or condos, but I mean, we had 250,000 gallons of water a month. When I seen that number, it was like, whoa. And
yeah, the two objects in most houses that would create some type of leakage like that, continuous, are again toilets and water softeners.
Mm-hmm.
So water softeners get stuck in the purge mode, and nobody realizes it. And I mean, it could be leaking for months before they realize it because it's going straight into the sewer drain.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? My comment and question would be, for me to really support this, would have to be a system that could notify the resident and the city at the same time of the unusual use. Mm-hmm. Because that's really the whole point. I don't want to have a system where it depends on the city to notify them. You know, the data out there nowadays, obviously we have pretty much everything relies on that now, notifying the customer instantaneously when they're seeing a difference in the pattern of usage. Because as was mentioned, sometimes they feel it might be the city's fault and they're not going to do anything about it. But if they're being notified and then the city's being notified about it, then we're making sure it's being taken care of before it becomes a $300-400 water bill, and then the fighting starts about the bill. So is that system in place now, ready to go?
So that would be something we would integrate in. So that would be kind of a separate piece from that infrastructure piece of it. So that infrastructure would get you that hourly data. all of that so that you could implement that third-party customer portal, or that customer portal, whether that's waiting for the Neptune one to be released or going with a third-party one. We could integrate a third-party one now. That cost of like a third-party portal compared to the total cost of this project is pretty small.
Yeah, we can get that information, that'd be helpful.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mayor, if I
That's all I
can,
have.
sorry, Mayor, if I can interject. We've had conversations in the past as this technology was coming out, probably a year ago, and I believe our current software system that we use, Tyler, actually it has that third-party portal that would integrate with our billing system. And if I remember correct, it's been, like I said, it's been a year. They had a way to notify individuals if they did sign up to have a text message or a email sent to them.
Yes, Tyler does have a customer portal. They're one of the ones we've used in other, with other utilities as well. So we know our system works with their customer portal.
Perfect.
Right. Is that something we could test on a few neighborhoods first to make sure it's working to the satisfaction of the residents and the city?
So for the customer portal, we'd have to get into that with, if you wanted to go with Tyler, we'd have to get into that with them a little bit. We were planning on running kind of what we call a pilot for the AMI system itself. So this wouldn't be the customer notification side of it, but we have a portable gateway that we were going to set up. It's like on a trailer that we're going to set up over by those water tanks on the hill to just kind of show you, to just kind of do a proof of concept of the AMI system. That wouldn't include the customer portal aspect now as part of that, but we could look into, if you guys wanted to do that, we could speak with Tyler about maybe setting something up in concert with that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, just one more. So when I know the system that I was using, it gave data because it was the system they've been using for years. So now I know that it's going to take time for us to get data, say for my house, for me to understand that the water's, I got a leak someplace. So is there anything in there that is it just the data that can be saved that's going to tell me whether I'm using it in my normal usage, or is there a ballpark or a certain number that we can use for our first year as a gauge to how much usage?
So that's going to really depend on what kind of customer portal you go with in terms of that kind of notification. So for ours, for the Neptune software, how we identify leaks is based on usage over time. So we look at 15-minute windows and say, hey, like for a continuous leak, over a 24-hour period, there should be at least one 15-minute window in there where there's no water running. For different customer portals, they do things differently in terms of how they determine those leaks.
Oh, you answered my question. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Matthew Enzo?
Yeah, good evening, Council and Mayor Velasquez. This is Matt Emsley. I'm the territory manager for Neptune on the manufacturing side. I just wanted to introduce myself as the representative for Neptune, working closely in tangent with Ferguson for our partnering utilities. So City of Hollister being a longtime partner, as Henry was able to kind of share with you guys, kind of going through the iterations with the system and kind of taking the next steps forward. We see it as an exciting step, which kind of adds a good amount of granularity and action that you could take with some of this data. So yeah, if there's any kind of other additional questions, happy to kind of expand on any of those or work with Adam, given any resources, kind of funneling it through Henry. So Just wanted to kind of put that out there as kind of an additional team member to this project.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Elias Salinas?
Good evening. So it's very impressive report. 8,760 hours for 24/7 operating. I was looking at it as an employee, it's 2,080 hours a week, per 40-hour work week is 2,080 hours a year. And then Henry mentioned that they're spending actually 10 hours a week right now.
A month.
A month. Yeah, that's even a month, which is, so the work is being spent, the hours are being spent on some other things. It's very impressive. The bill, the $410,000, thank you, Mr. Councilman Burns, because I'm doing the math over here too. And I was looking at it, that's almost a $500,000. And Henry mentioned that it'll be a discussion between he and the city manager, how they're going to work this out. Well, it's going to work out where the consumer is going to get it, and it's going to come out of our pockets. I mean, it's already expensive, the monthly water bills. And I know Grocery Outlet Roundtable, that shopping center, they had a big water issue recently, and I don't even know if it's been resolved yet completely or not. So I don't know how this is going to it's going to increase our fees. And I think this is really great. Obviously, technology is better. In the long run, we save money. But I was concerned with a couple of code words that came up. And one was, it's a pilot program. And the other one was, Neptune has been a long-term partner with the city of Hollister. There are other companies out there. So this is a presentation from one company. So is this going to go out for an RFP? Or just because we've had a long-term relationship with this company, we're not just going to approve, you're going to, approve some kind of a contract. And I am curious as to how long have we had this contract with Neptune? I'm not disputing any of the work that's been going on. I just think that an RFP should be put in place if this is something that the city is considering to do. And when he said pilot program, so this AMI, is Neptune not doing it yet? This is something that they're just getting into, and they're willing to do a pilot program with Hollister. So are we guinea pigs? Thank you for my time.
Okay, let's go back to real quick. Any more questions or comments from council? Just to clarify, I believe the comment about the pilot program would be set up in a location of the city to show that how it could work. Is that correct?
Yeah, can I speak to some of the comments that were just made?
Yeah, just quickly, if you can just.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. Yeah, so that would be more of just a kind of proof of concept for you guys to show you how the system would work. We'd be setting up our own infrastructure there with portable gateways, so there wouldn't be any cost to the city for that. And like I said, your meters are all set up there. Additionally, you guys are not the first AMI system. We have a bunch of AMI systems throughout California, throughout the country. If you needed references, anything like that, more than happy to provide that as well. I won't speak to the RFP or the other manufacturers. There are other manufacturers out there. For a cost perspective, you guys would have to replace meters, registers, et cetera for that. So it's up to the city how they would want to proceed with that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments from City Council, I want to thank you for your time. And maybe you can forward some of the information we talked about tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item G4.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mark Falgo. I'm the acting city engineer. This item is an informational report to the council to provide information regarding speed cushions and their use or potential use in the public right-of-way. Frederick Venter, who is on, will be doing the presentation, and he can either share his screen or you can share the presentation that was submitted. There he is. He's in the middle there. Frederick Venter.
Frederick, go ahead. You can share your screen. He's probably doing that now.
Yes, I'm just setting it up. Thank you. Great. Can everybody see my screen and can you hear me?
We cannot see your screen, but we can hear you.
There we go.
Great. Okay. Great. So I'm going to start the presentation. Good evening, everybody. This is a quick 10-minute presentation on on speed cushions. As I think most of you are aware, we are currently conducting a couple of street traffic calming programs, and the question keeps coming up about what about the installation of speed humps to slow down the traffic. So I'm going to just go through a couple of the presentations here for some of the newer council members. You know, traffic calming is just it's the implementation of measures that will reduce cut-through traffic, reduce speed, improve noise, improve greenhouse gas emissions, and create safer streets for you know, people to bike and walk and children to play in. There are basically 4 types of measures for traffic calming measures. There's horizontal shifts in your roadway, vertical shifts, which is specifically what we're going to look at tonight, and then you can do street closures and just implement measures that could change the behavior of drivers. So specifically looking at vertical shifts, you know, we're going to talk a little bit about what we call these cushions or speed humps and speed raised tables. And, you know, so on the left-hand side here, you can see that's what we're looking at tonight is called speed cushions. And you can see it's basically almost like a square or a rectangle, and it has these gaps in the middle. And the purpose of those gaps are not to impact the response time for fire trucks. The one in the middle is called a raised intersection, and that's just a big old speed hump where you raise the intersection to calm traffic down. And then on the right-hand side, you can see a typical speed hump that will extend across the full width of the roadway. Looking at speed cushions, you know, it could be 2 or 3 or more speed, these sort of cushions that's implemented on the roadway. They allow for fire trucks to traverse them and not be impacted by the vertical deflection. Bicycles can use them, and you don't need to worry about stormwater in your gutters. The placement of these can be such that you would do it in a manner that would allow for trucks and buses to traverse the speed humps, but vehicles would not be able to avoid them. A vehicle that would have one wheel go on the gap would have the other wheel go on the actual hump. This is a typical picture, you know, of a fire truck and the installation thereof. We can have 2 types of these speed cushions. The one that you see on the picture are ones that are rubberized, and they are actually doweled into your blacktop. They can be removed and maintained. The other ones are asphalt, so you would physically go and construct it and build this speed hump in the roadway. They are permanent. Of course, they cost more as well, about double what these cost. You could get up to about a 10% speed reduction from these vertical deflections for vehicular traffic. You know, and the way in which they are positioned, I said minimum impact on bicycles and parking and stormwater. Ambulances cannot avoid them, so ambulances would continue to drive over the actual hump because the wheelbase width of the ambulances are less, and they're probably a little closer to vehicles or big pickup trucks. They could cause, depending on how you design them, potentially some increase in noise because of the deceleration, acceleration, also actually going over the hump. This graphic just shows the typical dimensions, approximately 12 to 14 feet wide. and you can space them across the width to really work with the cross section of the road. And they can be about 3 to 4 inches high, depending on the speed limit that you would want to maintain on the street. They are usually spaced about 250 to 500 feet, depending on stop streets, intersections, other roundabouts. So, and we usually put them mid-block to help slow the traffic down between two intersections. Just a quick couple of maps. This one, I'm going to go to the next one, shows the fire response times in the city of Hollister. You know, all these zones 1, 2, and 3 are primarily up to, I think, up to about 4-minute response times for fire. Now, if you want to do a speed hump that runs across the cross section of the road, those would impact the response time by about 10 seconds per hump. So, you know, if a fire truck needs to go down the roadway and there's 3 or 4 of those, you know, you could see a substantial reduction in response time. But because we do these cushions where the fire truck can actually straddle the cushions, there's minimal impact to fire response times. Just a quick discussion or the image on the left and the right. So full speed hump across the road versus these speed cushions. I did talk about the 3 to 10 seconds, the humps, you know, and how it would delay vehicles versus the one on the right that has only a slight reduction, about 2 seconds. So it's usually that's going to be insignificant to the overall response time of the fire trucks. This is an example in the city of Seaside where you can see what they actually did is they straddled them in various ways across the road because the road is so wide. Now, what you will see, what they typically do here is the fire truck will actually take the middle of the road and also straddle the center line. It is illegal for vehicles to actually do that, but vehicles do it. If there's no other traffic, vehicles actually do cross the center line and then try to straddle the cushion, but with one wheel on top and one wheel in the gutter, and we're in that gap between the two cushions. You know, but this is also a typical placement. You can see that I think this little median treatment Seaside as well, you know, to prevent people from actually using that and actually just going straight through. That was the last of the slides. So I think so. You know, my understanding is that the discussion for tonight is in the past, the outreach that we've done, we have told the residents that the city is not in favor of actually implementing speed humps or these speed cushions. And I believe we are back here tonight to look at the option of potentially using them for the traffic calming that we want to implement on the streets that we're studying right now.
Thank you for the update. Questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Again, any questions, comments from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. As I recall, we asked for this to be brought forward by the chief of police and the fire chief, and it was in specific regards to the challenges, if I recall, on Ladd Lane. And so I'm encouraged by what we've seen and heard here. I'm too new to clearly know what the challenges are on Ladd Lane, but I would like to see the current proposal that we tabled with a proposal for Ladd Lane using the speed cushions to see the cost, the savings, and if we accomplish the goal for it costs more, well, then I might not be so supportive. But if we can accomplish the same goal for equal or less money, and it doesn't create major challenges for our police and fire department, I would be supportive of that. I'd also like to maybe have the fire chief, when he is present, or maybe just in a comment to the city manager, then provided the council weigh in on it, as well as our chief of police, because again, I think our biggest concern is public safety and trying to accomplish a goal at a reasonable expense, and this seems like it could be a viable alternative to me. That concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah,
Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
So these are pretty much what we're talking about, like for the Lad Lane ones, or if we went forth as a pilot program, so to speak. When it comes time to repave these roads, are these removable and being able to replace them with the same one, or do we have to buy new ones? Life expectancy?
It's a good question. I'm not, Frederick, I'm not sure if Frederick would know, but I know that these are doweled in. Some of them they're doweled in so they could be removed. Pavement could be redone. Yeah, resurfaced, slurried, whatever. And then if the cushions are still in good shape, they can be redoweled back in. So I don't have information on the lifespan of them, but that is something we could look into.
I'm sure it depends on how much traffic it's having too.
That's true, yes.
But yeah, there'd be just.
And heavy vehicles too. The more heavy vehicles you carry, of course, there's a little bit of deterioration, right, on the rubber.
Thank you.
But many cities are going for rubber because it's cheaper, and you have the option of if you need to remove them or change them, or you do a repaving job, that you can pull the dowels out and take them out.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I cannot tell you how many requests I've gotten for speed humps. In Spanish, they're called topes, because there's so much speeding, in particular on the west side on Central Avenue in Buena Vista. And it's been years that they've been asking for speed humps. So I'm very happy to see that we're discussing this item. I like that they go with the roundabouts. And I know that we adopted a policy that is allowing us to, essentially, that we're gonna adopt roundabouts within the city limits. I would like to adopt a policy that says, if it's okay with the council, that we're gonna adopt these types of speed humps to go with the roundabouts or to complement them, or just so we know that we're gonna, you can either have both these options or one or the other. And then I'd like to go back and look at some of the roads, can we restripe them? And I know the mayor has talked about this quite a bit. Protected bike lanes, restriping, these types of speed humps. Like, I'm really glad to see that the city is open to the idea, because as the engineer had mentioned before, my understanding was that it was too impactful to the response time, but I'm glad that we found something that I think they do support, and I would love to go back and look at some of the streets and see how we can add some of these in our existing neighborhoods that have a little bit of trouble with speeders and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. And that would be all the neighborhoods, right? We have too many speeders around. This is why we're having these conversations. I do want to thank the chief. I went to go see an example of one that they're doing in a brand new neighborhood in Los Baños. The new development is having to lay these things down. Houses aren't even built yet, and they have them down on the ground, which is obviously being very proactive. I looked into some of the pricing on these. I noticed they probably average about $700 per mat, and which is very reasonable when you consider the cost of trying to build these things on there and the ability to remove them when you're going to repave. So my questions would be, and I think Mr. Burns kind of brought up a good question about Lad Lane, but Lad Lane, I think we could see that with the restriping with the wider bicycle lane, the road diet, as we've talked about in the past, something protecting the bike lane and some of these mats. But I'm really interested in a lot of the streets we have now where people are speeding and people want answers or solutions now. How long would it take to get this thing going? And can we have our own staff install these with the training? I'm sure that would save quite a bit of time and money to get these things out there. And how many would you need per block? And again, there's so many streets that are having problems now with speeders. It's just getting outrageous.
So some great questions. So the spacing of these are usually depending on the block, but obviously mid-block, right? But you don't want them further than 500 feet apart. Otherwise, there's just speeding in between them. Usually we look at the actual length of the street. So we're currently looking at Sally Street in Buena Vista, and we're going to come back with a plan. Tonight's decision is we almost ready to come back to those two communities real fast with their potential layouts in the next couple of weeks, to illustrate what this could look like on those two corridors that we're currently looking at. On installation from the city, I'm sure one can check with the vendors, and look at if the city can install them. This is not rocket science. You lay them down and you put the dowel into the blacktop, and that's it.
Right. The other question I was going to ask you to add to this, what we're seeing a lot of is at the intersections, people now are doing the donuts in the intersection. Do you see these ever being laid in the intersection in residential areas? If you go to any intersection now in a residential area, you'll see the donut marks from people doing circles. Are you seeing that to help prevent some of that or at all, or?
Not. Do you see, I'm sharing my screen. Do you see this middle?
A raised intersection, exactly. That's why I was asking this question.
So that's the one to do this. But these, I have not seen these being done with the rubberized, because it's just so it's a pretty substantial area that you cover. Typically, these raised intersections are done by asphalt, or you could do pavers as well, right? So you just build the ramp up, put your pavers down, ramp down the other side, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult to make donuts in intersections. But this would potentially slow down fire, right? The fire truck response time.
The other question I would have is maybe from staff perspective, is this something we would test on several streets, or is this something if we as a council agreed to move forward with this, the speed cushions, that we could start to put a policy together to find out which neighborhoods want them, which neighborhoods don't want them, and just move forward on this? How would that work, City Manager?
Yeah, actually, we can do it either way. We could do a survey for the different neighborhoods, or we can just, as a council, make a choice of which streets you get the most complaints on and do them as a test.
I'm sure probably the police department maybe Chief can answer that if he's still there. Are there certain streets that you just get a ton of complaints about that you'd want to see them installed first?
Well, we get a ton of complaints about Buena Vista Road, but I'm not sure what the status is of the construction that's going around in there. It would be premature to put something in there if it's going to be torn out. Councilman Vice Mayor Resendez mentioned Central Avenue. That is a long thoroughfare that people can get a lot of speed on that one. I would just say that we keep these speed cushions into residential areas and try to leave the expressways or where there's no homes, or where it was designed to be at a slightly higher speed, and not have those cushions there at this time. There may be a time that we might decide to go that way, but I think that if we put these in residential areas where the specific complaints are very warranted, where someone even going 40 miles an hour is extremely dangerous with kids coming out into the roadway and stuff like that. I think that what this also does is, if you strategically place these speed cushions on certain streets, that you will effectively have people that were just using that roadway to get from point A to point B, they're going to avoid that street. And you're going to have a reduction of traffic in general by placing these. So I think that there's a lot of benefits with placing these. They're not going to slow down the fire department. They will slightly slow down police and ambulances, but our vehicles are a lot less heavy than a fire engine and a little bit more powerful, so we can make up that speed when there is an emergency. So, but I think that residential street Central is a good example. You mentioned, Mr. Mayor, Sally Street between 3rd and Santa Ana is a really wide roadway, and when they're extremely wide like that, people have a tendency to speed, even if they're not realizing they're doing it because of the perception. But
yeah,
that could be a really good test street to see these items installed and see how the council, how the neighborhood likes it, and that the council, approves of them, and then just install them in more locations.
Well, I guess what I'm and I appreciate that. I think we can get to these residential streets quickly and moving and slow traffic down, because they have become speedways. Even the more narrow streets, I know I'm sure Rick, Councilmember Perez, get lots of these complaints about West Street and some of the other ones
And
right there.
Seventh Street.
And so, yeah, right? It's just amazing. I guess maybe this would be a conversation for the council, different meeting, but it would be how many of these can we order and how soon can we get going on this? Because this would really help drive down some of those complaints that we're all getting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Typically, I'm in favor of getting public input, but I think this is pretty critical. I think we need to, like you said, get the conversation going, order these and get them going, get them installed. I like that you can put them down and then remove them. So I would be in favor of putting them on Buena Vista because that is such a troubled area. Buena Vista Central, Sally Street, Lad Lane. So I would like to get these installed, see how it works out. And but I'm telling you right now that this is a huge request from the constituents that I've heard about.
And I think each of the council members can name some streets. I know Mr. Burns in your area, Sarah Vista has been a nightmare.
True.
With complaints. Mr. Perez knows a bunch of streets in his district, as do all of you. Maybe we can make a list of 5 streets in each district that we can test these things on, if that's something we can have a larger conversation about.
Actually, I'd like to have, if we're gonna do it that way, maybe I can pick 5 streets that I don't need them on. But no, that sounds like a great idea because, yeah, to space them out to each district and, of course, then it's just I'm wondering how do we pick those streets? I mean, the most popular speeding ones. It's like, it's a start.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So for our city engineer, I'm looking at the pictures in the presentation, and I clearly see the street markings that are on the cushions, but I'm also wondering, at nighttime, is it important to place these in proximity to some sort of street light so that people actually get to see them before they go skipping over them? And is there additional signage that should be put up to, I don't know that the city has any exposure or liability, but my sense is if you went skipping over one of these at 30, 35 miles per hour, yes, you are speeding in all likelihood, but you know, I would prefer not to see claims come that could be avoided with good lighting or adequate signage.
Yeah, so there are, you can see in the picture on the right-hand side, there's that sign, that yellow sign is actually a speed hump warning sign, and I've also seen speed humps ahead type of signs, so that warning sign is important. I don't believe it would need a light directly in proximity to it necessarily. But I do believe that the painting that's on, especially the rubberized ones, is reflective. So that would be more visible just with the headlights of the vehicle.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, Mark's correct, right? So and remember, it's angled a bit, so it actually stands out pretty well. And you can clearly see it's different from your typical stripe on the roadway. And it is, yes, all the striping that goes on the hump or leading up to the hump is reflective material.
Thank you. I was also wondering, have you heard anything positive or negative from the city of Seaside or other jurisdictions that have chosen this path?
So a couple of the negative items are, the rule is that a vehicle that can fit in a residential vehicle that can fit in the garage, right, can actually, they can only drive with one wheel in the gap and the other wheel will go over the hump. If vehicles get wider, right, so it's usually these are placed approximately 6 or 7 feet apart. The gap is about 6 or 7 feet to accommodate the fire truck. So there are a couple of the real big pickups that we find nowadays that can maybe straddle it as well. But, you know, those are only a few. It's not like it's, I don't even think it's more than 1% of the total vehicle fleet. Those are probably the bigger ones that I've heard of, not much else, right? And then just people actually, so people will actually go over, they will, as they drive in their lane, if you place this one over the center line, they will actually drive in the wrong direction. So because they will try to avoid at least one of their wheels. Those are the only negative ones. The big benefits are for bikes, no impact, stormwater, no impact. So it's a big cost saving.
Thank you.
If I may.
Go ahead, sir.
The, on page 286, it shows a nice cartoon of, I think it's Tim Burns cruising to Fresno. Oh, no. It says traffic. Does this plate say why, Tim? Okay, I'll move on. But anyway, seriously, it has a sign, it says traffic calming ahead, prepared to be mindful. I think some of those signs around the city, once we start doing some more of these, would be, it doesn't have to be that exact wording, but something like that. This is a traffic calming city. Be mindful of speed humps. That works really good too.
Yeah, cop ahead, be mindful works a lot better.
Yeah.
You do get very signs that are in the MUTCD for residential streets that we can put up as well. So they are very specific signs that help send the message that you need to change your attitude as you drive down a residential street.
Exactly.
Thank you. All right, if no other questions, we'll open it to the public. Any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas?
Thank you. Okay, so just everybody slow down a little bit, because my concern is, where's this money coming from? All of a sudden, you guys don't have a problem spending all this money, but you want to save money for the roads. So where's the funds going to come from? Is this money that could go to alleys? Let me remind you that it's, I'm going to quote here from Kimberly Horn. It says, several agencies have established policies which do not allow traffic calming devices on arterial roadways or routes frequently used by emergency responders. Agencies also have policies that require fire department approval before implementing any calming devices. I have not heard, and I don't know whether Chief Bedoya is in this meeting or not tonight. I think we should be hearing from the fire department. I know we heard from Chief Reynoso. Regardless, I know firefighters and police officers, the drivers, the engineers, they do not like speed humps. They don't like even these speed cushions. So I would really like to hear from them, because they're the ones that are going to have to go through these. And not only that, I'm just imagining a Mini Cooper are the only ones that are going to actually be able to cut right through between those, those, what do you call them? Mats, I think is what you call them. But so if I believe we should hear from the fire chief. But if that is so that fire trucks, this is going to be delayed, and you're saying that they can go through it, but they still have to slow down. They're going to have to slow down to be able to maneuver the wheels between the mats. So I hear you guys are all excited and you guys all want these. And I realize that there is a lot of speeding going on throughout everywhere, just not here. So I would start with Sally Street, because it is a wide street, but it's really only us that have been around a long time know about Sally Street, and nobody else, so it's not really that high traffic where you could use it. But Sally Street is used by the fire department as a main thoroughfare to get to emergencies. So I think we need to be mindful of slowing down first responders with these. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can make a comment to those real quick. I mean, the acting fire chief has been involved with this. Actually, Kimberly Horn actually measured our fire trucks to make sure that they would fit in with that plan. Part of the funding would be hopefully saving money from the traffic calming projects that we've already discussed in the past that have been very expensive. And I believe a lot of the concerns have been addressed.
Yes, you're right, sir. The fire chief was involved in these conversations, and it was the two chiefs that actually started talking together to come up with some solutions that looked at this. So this is You're absolutely right. There could be a considerable amount of savings from the traffic calming in a way that really fits the neighborhoods. We don't know what what streets yet. Obviously, we'd want to put together a policy. Obviously, we'd want to get information from the police department on the most complaints, different areas. And of course, we want to hear from the council members on the districts the streets they get the most complaints on, and then understand what the cost would be so we can start implementing the program and then see what kind of success we're having. And we could expand that program if it's successful. If it's not, we could limit to the areas we started with. And of course, most importantly, we'd want to get input and buy-in from any neighborhood we'd be thinking about doing this in.
And if I can add also, Abraham and I had a quick conversation. Something what we can also do, if we do like these speed cushions, that we can incorporate it as part of our plan submittals to be reviewed and approved by engineering, fire, and police on any new developments also.
Absolutely. With that, I'll bring it back to the council.
I have one more speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Carol Lenore.
Of course it's me. Good evening, council. I waited a long time to speak with you. I'll just be quick. I know I'm concerned with the speeding on San Benito Street, so I just want to respectfully request that you give every consideration you can for the street. I just feel like the 800 block is the beginning of the quarter mile, and it's not just my block. It's proceeding all the way down San Benito Street. But I think the 800 block as part of the downtown commercial mixed use really should get some consideration. You got a heck of a lot of pedestrians out there. I'm in my yard a lot, so I see a lot of crazy things out there. I just want something please done before we have the pedestrian hit. You're gonna have the HDA is gonna have events, their wine and beer stroll comes on down to Hawkins Street. You really need to do something, at least to Hawkins, preferably to Hayden. But as part of a commercial district here, I think you could really do some justice with the residents, the few that are on this block. But also as we transform into downtown mixed use, you're gonna have even more folks maybe living downtown. So I know you're getting a lot of folks that want that. I just want to keep asking to give some consideration. I really need a break. Also, I want you to remember that on East Street, when you rerouted the downtown, I'm sure you're aware that East Street is very, very busy now. You also have the cannery that's going to shut South Sally Street down again. So then even more on East Street. And the thing I would ask on East Street, slightly off topic, is maybe we don't have commercial vehicles parked out there that really should be on a private property or a side street other than East Street. You're really bogging it down there, and then the cannery is going to start right behind me. And boy, if you ever want to see something hair-raising, just go through there. It's not good. But again, please give me every consideration. Us on San Benito Street, some consideration as being your older downtown. A lot of people traversing this road. It's not just your normal residential road. It's also supporting your commercial business downtown. So I want to thank you very much and hope we can talk about this more in the near future. And thank you so much for seeming to want to push it along quicker than government usually works. I always appreciate that. Have a good night.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager, how would you like to proceed? What would be your recommendation?
I mean, I did like the idea of maybe each council member suggesting a road for us to do a sample on.
Okay. If they can submit that to you, and then we can come back at a future meeting, hopefully sooner rather than later, we can get an idea of what the cost would be and then see if we can get approval. Would that work for council?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Seems like we have a consensus with that, City Manager. All right. This time then we will move to item G5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Once again, Abraham Prado, Development Services Department, Planning Manager, Interim Director. This is an informational item, Mr. Mayor and Council. As residents begin to move into residential housing units in the downtown, existing and also proposed, an entertainment district ordinance can help establish regulations that can help the downtown continue to progress economically and culturally, while also taking into consideration the needs of the residents and businesses who live and or work downtown. The downtown commercial mixed-use zoning district of the city of Hollister allows for a mixture of land uses, including but not limited to restaurants, retail, bars, venue halls, but also offices and high-density residential units. You will be hearing a little bit more. I know that we're going to have a special meeting regarding the update of the general plan coming soon in June, but there will be consideration of the potential of upsizing the downtown due to the need of multifamily housing that we have in our city. So wanted to bring that to your attention. The Downtown Entertainment District would establish regulations and standards to promote 1, live music, 2, performing arts, and 3, nighttime entertainment that would apply to private and public properties within the entire downtown mixed-use zoning district. Regulations and standards of the entertainment district can include, but don't necessarily have to be limited to, establishing geographic boundaries, providing for allowable uses. What kind of uses do we want to see in our downtown entertainment district? What kind of uses we do not want to see in our downtown? Potential for extended hours for entertainment, types of uses. Very importantly, include the potential for specific noise standards. Right now, for example, the noise standard requirements are at a decibel of 55 decibels is what's permitted. That's really just a normal conversation, actually. Me speaking through this microphone is probably more than 55 decibels. So those are the things that we would be looking into. And also requirements for potentially alcohol consumption in the downtown, amongst others, to be considered with this entertainment district. City of Hollister's pre-qualified consultant for planning and environmental services, Kimberly Horn, has provided a proposal outlining all these details in attachment number 1 as part of this transmittal to assist the City of Hollister in the preparation of a downtown entertainment district ordinance and related compliance documents pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. This is a very important aspect of it. This ordinance would require this review. Currently, in our update of the general plan, we are going to be doing an environmental impact report, and entertainment district will be folded in. However, as you know, the process for the update of the general plan will likely, it's progressing and it's continuing its course, but more than likely we won't see a public hearing for the update of the general plan's adoption until more than likely the summertime or fall of 2022. So this is a request that if the council is interested, we can actually begin this process of an entertainment district prior to that. The entire process for the preparation of an ordinance, including all work associated with the California Environmental Quality Act, as included in the attachment 1 of the transmittal, is approximately 22 weeks from the notice to proceed. And the total cost estimate for the consultant to assist the City of Hollister in the preparation of not only the district ordinance, but also the CEQA work is pertaining to the work would be $76,150 as indicated in the proposal included in attachment 1. This is just informational for you to consider. With this, staff recommends the council to receive the report and provide staff with direction as to whether to proceed with the ordinance. This concludes the report. I would be glad to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado, so this $76,000, give or take.
Yes.
If we were to hold off on doing this, would any of the work that's being done in the general plan review, would that overlap, and would there be a way to either roll that into the current work that's being done, or to reduce the cost by the work that's been done, because and maybe that's already been factored in, I don't know, but that just seems like a lot of money, and I know that those types of reports cost a lot of money, but I kind of lost my mind a little bit when I saw that dollar number for what we're asking. And then the second part of my question, or second question I'd have with you would be, I'm sure that our police department would have some impact in consideration in this, and I don't know the current placement of cameras, but I'm not convinced that if we're going to make it a true entertainment district, that additional cameras would probably be something that we would benefit from, just recognizing the successfulness of the cameras currently downtown. Thank you, sir. I look forward to your response.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. Yes, absolutely. The first part of your question regarding to the update of the general plan. Currently, the city of Hollister, just at its last planning commission meeting of this last month in April, had a notice of preparation, April 22nd, before the planning commission, notice of preparation, public hearing for the environmental impact report that will be done for the update of the general plan. And the hope for that update of the general plan will be not only to serve as helping us with for example, this item of the entertainment district that has been discussed previously as an interest for the update of the general plan and for the potential of being adopted as an ordinance for the city of Hollister, but also various aspects of where we can tier. For example, if a potentially an industrial land use wants to come in, where we would be able to actually tier from this EIR and not necessarily have to create a whole new one, and saves us in cost and time. And so definitely to respond to your first part of the question, the entertainment district policy is going to be contemplated in the update of the general plan. And so the preparation of the EIR for the update of the general plan is anticipated also to be kind of working concurrently with the update of the general plan that is anticipated to be brought before the council sometime in the summertime or maybe the fall of 2022. So cost-wise, there could potentially be some cost savings there. Time-wise is where though it would be until then, and then once the environmental impact report is done, that's when we can start getting into the details in regards to the ordinance. It really has to be approved prior to the adoption of the ordinance or concurrently. And so cost-wise, I can see some cost savings there because of the cost that's been implemented already or geared towards the general plan update. But time-wise is where that may stall a little bit. In regards to your second question and the possibility of adding cameras to certain sections of our downtown as part of the entertainment district, certainly I think that's one thing that we can work with. If you give us the green light to move forward with now, we can, as part of the plan and detailed in the proposal, we hope to have a community output, have a meeting either as part of a city council meeting where we would be able to get input from the community and including police, fire in regards to what should be implemented in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. I appreciate your response.
You're very welcome, Councilmember Tim.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Abraham, I do have questions for you. To create an entertainment district, you're saying we do need an EIR first?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be an EIR. I think that once we do an initial study of the project, we can see if we feel that there are significant unavoidable impacts that may be considered, such as with noise or something to that effect. Then that's when an EIR specifically for this item would be required. Otherwise, it can be a mitigated negative declaration, but there would have to be some type of CEQA-related document that would have to be certified by the city council.
Okay. In regards to a policy or an ordinance, have you seen any other cities or been able to study what they've been doing and how do we borrow from them to save time and save money?
Yeah, no, that would be definitely one thing that we would be embarking on with this ordinance if we move forward now individually or with the update of the general plan. But I have and staff we have looked at other cities, for example, Santana Row in San Jose, very similar to what we're doing. We're looking into doing here. It is a mixed use land use development with existing high density residential, and they do have these established. I think they call it a little bit different than an entertainment district, but certainly addressing noise, live entertainment, things of that nature for that particular district. And also we've seen the city of Napa Valley. They also do have a similar ordinance in place for their land uses in their town.
Great, thank you. I think
You're welcome.
if we're going to really create an area where restaurants are really interested in going to place in downtown, I think it's helpful to let them know this is an entertainment district and you can have music. We want full restaurants. We want the cameras, especially. We definitely want the cameras. One of these things popped up because I was having a conversation with the owner of the Running Rooster, and I was complimenting him on his new setup. And I said, it's going to be great when you have bands out here and you're going to have a lot of customers. And his reply was, I'm not allowed to have bands or music outside. And I thought, oh my God, this is going to really hurt. This is such a great setup. So this is one of the reasons I brought up the entertainment district again, to see what we can do. And again, it incentivizes some of the restaurant owners to go ahead and move to downtown where they know where they can do some of these other activities. So that's great. Thank you for the update. Councilor Perez, you had a question?
Yeah, this is definitely an issue we need to address because also downtown, you got houses, you got people that live there. It's like, I'm not against entertainment and stuff, but it's like, I live on 7th Street between West and Monterey. I can hear the football game. I like football.
That is cool.
I love the Baylors.
Yeah.
But also, you know what? I also hear the music coming down from San Benito Street. And does it bother me that much? No, my house is insulated. I kind of do my own thing there. But it's like, I know I'm going to have some people that are pushing back. So one of my questions are, so it's good that we come up with this. So you were talking about 55 decibels?
Yeah,
So,
the noise ordinance.
Yeah, the noise ordinance. So, you raise it up to, I don't know, to bumping car music loud, right? And it's like, how do we enforce that? How do you enforce something like that? Do you guys, is the police department walking around with a decibel meter?
Well, I know personally I have it on my phone. You can have a decibel meter, and then also code enforcement would be the one that's enforcing it.
Okay.
And that'll be part of the ordinance as well. We would be looking into, what specifically we can.
Hours and all that stuff.
Hours of operation and enforcement.
No, because I'm definitely for, I love live music. It's like, I'd love to see more music at Dunn Park. But, I just know that not everybody's going to be for that. So I think it's a great thing to bring this up to make a policy on it.
And speaking about housing, we do have in the pipeline, either under construction or in the pipeline as in being processed, a total of 89 multifamily unit apartments in what's considered our downtown right now, either being constructed or in the pipeline of getting entitlements with the city of Hollister. And these are new applications that are in.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, we'll take it back to the council. Any other questions or comments? Maybe, Abraham, I would say if you can find some examples of entertainment districts that maybe we can review as a council and then keep moving forward on getting information to get the entertainment district set up.
Sure.
Yeah, Mayor, I guess that's what we would ask for is direction. Does the council want us to continue to moving forward? We're not asking for acceptance of the, of Killiehorn's task order, but as we do the budget, that's something we probably would start looking at as how do we incorporate it, if that's something you want us to continue to look forward to.
I would agree to move forward.
Me as
How
well.
does it? Go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say absolutely. I think it's time, so.
Okay. Is there a consensus? Mr. Perez and Mr. Resendez?
Vice Mayor Resendez, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, fine with me.
Thank you. Okay, it seems we have a consensus to continue forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, now we'll move to item G6, block parties.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the April 19th, 2021 City Council meeting, Councilmember Burns requested we bring to a council meeting discussion on public assembly permits, block parties, and parades to see when we would start to approve.
Okay, Councilmember.
Staff is going to recommend, I don't know if you want to discuss it, that City Council have a discussion and recommend that if the City of Hollister chooses to approve via consensus, that we approve with the caveat that all events must comply with the State of California Department of Public Health guidance for events, and applicants must agree that any public assembly permit, block party, and parades may be subject to revocation at any time prior to the event date, dependent on the State of California's blueprint for a safer economy, activity, and business tiers.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Do we? No, okay. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
I do want to, I'm very supportive of moving forward, and I do want to let everyone know San Benito County is going to be moving to the yellow tier in the next few days. So we are making progress. Keep getting those vaccinations, or we'll make a lot more progress. But I'm in support of moving forward with this as with the requirements as you mentioned. Any other input from council members?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, I clearly support staff's recommendation. I think it's the best of all possibilities.
Okay, sir.
All right. I'm on board, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Sounds like we have a consensus on this also.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. Let's go ahead and move now to item G7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Item G7, staff is requesting City Council review. Oh, nope, this one's Abraham. Hee hee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Staff is requesting the City Council review composition in terms of the Historic Preservation Commission. It's been discussed in the past to bring this item up. The City of Hollister has adopted ordinance number 1067, which basically has a composition of a Historic Resources Commission. However, staff does want to bring up to the council that currently, even though there is not a Historic Preservation Commission established, we do still follow as staff the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation. Any type of work that's being done in our two existing districts, the Monterey Historic District or Downtown Historic District, has to comply with the regulations of the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation or historic restoration, depending on the project. And so we follow that to a T with the Planning Commission. We do have a Planning Commissioner who has a background in architecture, Mr. David Huboy, and is really knowledgeable about historic preservation. But we make sure that everything is being followed to a T when it comes to that. And so if it is the desire of the city council to form a historic preservation commission on its own, we do have the language. However, in consulting with the city manager, staff did want to bring up the fact that the planning department currently is focusing all of its energies and efforts in the general plan update, all hands on deck with the general plan update, plus all the different projects, policies that we are working on in the city of Hollister. I'm gonna have a staff meeting with the planners tomorrow. There's two planners for the city of Hollister. I assist as well, but now with my new role as interim, I'm spread thin with all the different departments, in particular with code enforcement. But I know that there is at least 30 projects that we have going on right now, 4 entitlements that we're processing throughout the city of Hollister for a staff of 2 planners. We have a third one currently. She's on family leave, which is great. We definitely support that as well. So the request would be that we would move forward, and there is no attempt to divert work or anything like that. We have a staff who's dedicated and willing, but the hope would be that if possible, anything that needs to be done in regards to historic preservation, we can still handle it in the form of planning commission or city council. We can bring that before you. If there wants to be a formation of a district, for example, we can still do that. We don't necessarily need a historic resources commission for that. We can still move forward with that. I do want to say that I did have a brief conversation with Councilmember Resendez on Friday, with authorization from the city manager, because he was the one who was mainly pushing for this, Vice Mayor Resendez. But it is up to the council if we want to move forward with it now, or at the request of staff, if it would be okay to bring it before you at least until we get the update of the general plan approved, before you. And we have a really good schedule with that. So it is up to the council.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado, does the city currently have a qualified, dedicated historical preservation officer?
That's a really good question, Councilmember Tim. So the city of Hollister does not have an actual qualified historic preservation officer on staff, but we do have our extension of staff. And Kimberly Horn, if needed, we can retain the services of a historic preservation officer to review any project that comes in within any of our historic districts. And also want to mention that even if it's not within a historic district, but it has the attributes of a potential historic property, rule of thumb, one of them is if it's 50 years older, if there is somebody who lived on that property who may be recognized as a historic figure, then we make sure that the standards of the Secretary of the Interior apply to that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My final question for you, sir, is in reviewing your recommendation, I understand based on staff resources and work demands, case management, that you're asking, or my interpretation is you're asking to move forward with this, but to delay moving forward with it. And if I'm reading that correctly, do you have a sense for when? Are we talking by October 2020, the January of 2022?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Tim. Yes, so David Early, our consultant for the general plan update, would be the first to tell you that the plans for updates of the general plan can be really strict and straightforward. Like, for example, the one that we have right now is very rigid and very comprehensive, and it's expected. We expect to be before you with the public hearing for the adoption in the summer of 2022. He's the first one to tell you that he's processed various throughout the state of California, and that doesn't necessarily happen. I mean, San Bernardino County is one example. I believe it took like an 8-year process. Don't quote me on that, but that's apparently more or less what occurred. We are very confident that the GPAC has done a tremendous job in its recommendations, and we'll see that in our special meeting that we have tentatively with the City Council on June 22nd with all the recommendations, with all the policy. And I think that's going to give us a really good direction as to where if the council agrees to move forward, that we should really hopefully have the GPAC, the General Plan Advisory, General Plan update done by the summer of 2022. So hopefully at that time, we can, there would be some recommendations, some establishment, some policy on historic resources in our general plan as well. And that's when we would like to explore and come back and and bring the establishment of a historic resources commission, if that's the direction of the council.
Thanks. So basically what I'm hearing you say is summer of 2022, which is about 14, 15 months from now. And I could certainly support that. I appreciate the quality and the work that your staff does.
Thank you.
My only concern is I don't want this to fall off the radar, and so I'll defer to my colleagues for
Sure.
final comments. But
Sure.
I absolutely understand the challenges that you're facing. Thank you, sir, for your answers.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council members?
Are we opening to public comment, Mr. Mayor?
I will. If there's no question, you can ask your question after if you'd like.
I think I'll reserve my comments till after public comment. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Resendez, would you like to ask any questions or comments?
Okay, and I know it's getting late. I'll try to wrap this up. So I feel partly responsible. I'm so sorry for bringing this up because as a member of the GPAC, they had mentioned that a lot of cities have historic preservation commissions, and I thought, well, that's something we can do. We just did an arts and culture commission. So I was like, I thought I would bring that up. And then come to find out, we have one established already. Christine was kind enough to pull up this information. I don't necessarily agree with all the requirements and everything that the current one has. It seems like we probably should, if we do adopt it, we should probably make it look a little bit more reflective to the other commissions that we have. And then the one thing that I noticed, or I heard in speaking to Abraham and to the staff, is that this one meets, I think, every 3 months, so quarterly, which I don't think is completely unreasonable. And I do have completely, either way, whatever I think the majority of the council decides, I'm okay with. But I know that there's some people, particularly within my district, that are very passionate about this. And I think that creating the Arts and Culture Commission and creating this, or helping to resurrect this commission, is if there's people within our community that are passionate about those things and they're willing to help out and volunteer their time, then why not have them jump on board and help us out? Because I think they're already doing the work and they're just not like an official partner. So I understand, and I feel really bad for putting extra work on the staff where Abraham and the staff are coming from, and I feel partly responsible. But I think just thinking about it over the weekend, I think it's not unreasonable to ask that they meet every 3 months. If they need to have a special meeting, then they can have a special meeting. And yeah, I think that's my position again, but I'm kind of caught in the middle. I didn't have a conversation with Abraham about this at all until Friday afternoon. And then we had a pretty busy weekend and stuff, and I didn't get it back to him today. So I apologize, but I have thought about it. I talked to the city manager, I talked to the mayor about it, and I think that's where I'm at. But I think I'm gonna go with the majority of the council, but I think, yeah, either way is fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council members? Going back to the, if I don't see any questions or comments, the committee, I think maybe it was brought the rules seem pretty stringent in here. I think maybe we can loosen that up so it's not a group that's really doing such heavy work, but more recommendations. I can see this group helping us with some of the inventory of some of the homes along some of the other streets, and maybe helping us find leads on the grants, or helping the homeowners or building owners find ways to finance renovations in the projects, or giving us a history behind some of these stories. Because we have, if you visited the museum, you see all kinds of treasures in there, articles and stories about a lot of what we have here. And I think that's what I see this group doing, not so much a group to really call out as far as you can't touch that building for this reason or that reason, but more of, hey, if you wanted to, there's some funding here for you because you qualify in this direction. And I think we can start moving towards that. Hopefully, sooner rather than later, we can find a way to really incentivize the restoration of a lot of these beautiful older homes in our downtown area and make it a point of pride on. I think sometimes some of these homeowners don't even realize the jewel they have in some of these homes until it's pointed out to them, the history of them. I was lucky enough to live in one on Monterey Street and had really rich history there. And I think there's several more that could really be brought back to life. So I'd like to see a group that's not so stringent, but meeting to kind of discuss some of their ideas. As Mr. Resendez pointed out, these people that are involved have a lot of experience with the history of our community, and I'd like to see them going to work sooner rather than later if we can put something together that does not burden the staff right now, but in a way that can complement what they're doing. That would be my recommendation. Any other comments from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Prado, when somebody comes in to pull a permit to do a remodel or an update or a demo, and the house is 50 or more years older, does the building department reach out to you before they issue those permits to ensure that we're not knocking down things that we're just naive or ignorant about?
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. That is correct. They do, if anybody goes into the building department, try to pull a permit, the building department does refer them to the planning department to see if there's any type of planning requirements that will be needed. And then that's when we get involved. And if the property is 50 years old or older or has any type of significant historic fabric to it or contribution to it, then we start with that process first before building permit entitlements.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
You're
Mayor, I think that I'm open to whatever the council's will is. I think it also kind of coincides nicely with our 150-year anniversary to really refocus and recognize historical properties for the gems and values they are. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right with that. The 150th is going to be an important date. So I personally would like to see us move forward on this. And again, how we do it in a way that doesn't stress the staff, but really lets the committee kind of work together to, again, complement the staff rather than more work onto you guys.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Very briefly, my other concern was, as Councilmember Burns had brought up, is that we're probably not going to remember in a year from now or 2 years from now and say, oh, we've got to do that historical society. So that's one thing that I wanted to see if we can get it going, and maybe not right now, but we can do the first meeting in 3 months. And then just so you know, the person who brought up that fact to me and called me that it was the 150-year anniversary was the president of the current historical society. And he's got a lot of vested interest in seeing this commission be resurrected. So I think those are the types of things that they have to offer. And again, I really do sympathize and empathize with the staff, and anything I can do to help make that easier, I'm willing to do that. So thank you.
So am I hearing from the council, is there a consensus to go ahead and move forward with this and then work to see how the committee can be formed to not really put a burden on the staff, but really complement the staff and hopefully focus in on the 150th year anniversary we have coming up?
That would certainly be my position.
Mr. Perez and Mr. Burns, how do you feel?
Mayor Tim Burns, I support that concept or thought as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr.
Yeah.
Perez?
Yeah, I support that also. Yeah, I think our staff is needs a little bit of break. It's like, I mean, you're still carrying 2 positions. It's like there's a lot of people carrying too many positions, and I think it's an issue. Another issue we need to address is our staffing. We need some people to get to work so we can get things done. But it's a great thing. It's just has really great timing with the 150th. How did you say, Vice Mayor? Is it squinch?
Please don't ask me to repeat that.
Sasquatch what?
I already closed that tab.
We're going to have you announce it every time, Mr. Perez.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't want to overwork you guys either, because I know you guys are, I mean, some of you guys are working till 12:16 in the morning today.
So I do hear a consensus then to keep moving forward.
Yes.
Correct?
Mis-
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. And I think one of the ways that to approach this, if I may, is because one of the concerns that staff was having when they talked to me, and they designated me to be the speaker to first council member, Vice Mayor Resendez, since he was the one that brought this up, and then now to the council is the concern that potentially, like all of these great plans of potentially having these surveys done or working for grants that staff would be the ones who would be directed by this historical commission to do and perform, which is great. I mean, we can do that, but if I'm hearing the council correctly, we're hoping that we can actually maybe work in rewriting or including some language in this ordinance that actually, and working together with the members of the Historical Resources Commission that are ultimately elected, for them to be like the working body to work together with staff to create these surveys or these grants, research, and so forth and so on. Is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
That was my feeling towards it, and I think all our committees really that's where we want to get them, is to really be participating in doing a lot of the work, because otherwise the staff should be giving guidance and some expertise, but the committees should be coming up with the ideas, concepts, following up with them.
Very well.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Art and Culture Commission is almost completely established. We are missing District 4 representative, and I'm hoping that Council Member District 4 Tim Burns will appoint Amanda Chiato, a District 4 resident, although we did receive other applications. He wanted to wait for a District 4 resident, and we have that, and so I will turn it to Mr. Burns.
Thank you, City Clerk. Mayor, I would move to ask for consensus to appoint Amanda Chato to represent District 4 on the Art and Culture Commission. If you've had a chance to look at the council packets, and I know you all have, she's exceptionally qualified, and I think she'll be a terrific addition to the commission, and the timing's actually good, so she can get in on the ground floor and share her wealth of experience and education. And so I'd ask for council consensus to move that forward. And I believe is she still on the line as well? Or is she, no, yeah, I think she probably had a curfew. So, but anyway, that would be my request of council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Excellent. Any comments or questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Speaker cards, Mr. Mayor? None?
I think, is there a consensus?
Yes.
I'm fine.
Yes.
Thank you. There's a consensus for your appointment. We will now move to item G9.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, council members. The City Clerk's Office received a resignation letter from District 3 Council Member Honor Spencer. Staff is seeking direction on whether council would like to appoint or hold a special election to fill the vacancy. Government Code Section 36512B governs the process for filling a vacancy of an elected office. In this case, the council must, within 60 days from the date of the commencement of the vacancy, which was April 19th, 2021, either fill the vacancy by appointment or call for a special election to fill the vacancy. A person appointed or elected to fill a vacancy holds office for the unexpired term of the former incumbent. Government Code Section 36512B1, if the council calls a special election, the special election shall be held on the next regularly established election date, not less than 114 days after the call. Per Elections Code Section 1000, established election dates. The next regularly established election date available for the City of Hollister is November 2nd, 2021. I received on April 15th from the San Benito County the cost for a special election, District 3, which currently has 5,416 registered voters, and the cost would be $25,000 to $35,000. Several factors that will increase or decrease the cost would include ability to consolidate, postage, labor, paper costs, and variances. The city is only charged a portion of the election cost when consolidated with other regular elections. The total cost of a consolidated election is shared across all jurisdictions, which greatly reduces the individual's jurisdiction's cost. I am waiting on confirmation from the San Benito County Register of Voters that we may legally consolidate for the November 2nd, 2021 election date. If we can't consolidate, we would be charged the price of doing it standalone, which was the $25,000 to $35,000 that I gave you, just so you know that. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Questions or comments from council?
Mayor
Okay.
Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So, being really new to council and knowing that past councils have chosen to either appoint or not appoint, I'm wondering what the consequence would be if we chose to appoint and we couldn't reach consensus in the appointment. Would it be, it seems to me like either way, then we would just simply move to a special election in November. And so I'm wondering if there's a value and a benefit to seeing what the interest is in the community, but I'm also somewhat torn because I also would like somebody that's truly going to be a person that District 3 has chosen to represent them, even though by the time this happens, really it'll be an elected position, if I'm not mistaken, for about a year. And so I'd just like to hear what Mayor, your position is on this, as well as Vice Mayor's being new to the game. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've always, I speak for myself. I've always felt personally that it should be elected, not appointed. I think if it's a really short-term type of deal, you can maybe work out an appointment. But I'm more of a believer that the voters decide, not the council, because I just don't think that is fair to the residents that live in that district. That's my personal view. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. I agree. Each one of us ran a campaign. We worked really hard to get here to earn our seats. And I think that the people of District 3 they deserve the right to choose their person. And just let's leave it up to the voters, right? May the best person win. Thank you.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I support both yours and Vice Mayor's position. And I guess actually the nice thing about this is, and the city clerk can confirm this for me, so if we as a council move to go to a special election for this, in essence, by the time we get it announced, it will actually give the candidate about the same amount of time that we had as candidates running for elected office. Is that correct?
Actually, District 3 seat was up in 2022. So if we have an election and someone's elected in November, they would be sworn in December once we have certification of the election results, and they would start in January, very similar to how your term, and they would serve until December of 2022 when that seat's up again.
Thank you. But I guess my further question would be, if we decide tonight that we want to move to a special election, at what point, typically as a candidate, I know that we received notice, I want to say in June, and we filed in July, and we began a campaign in July or August. And so I guess my point is this person would have at least that much time to campaign as if they were campaigning for a full seat, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Although there may be some restrictions on when they can put signs up, and where, of course, they can put signs up. And I didn't even want to look until you guys decided on what my nomination period would be. And also, please note that if you had decided to appoint there's a code that says if the council seeks to fill the position by appointment but does not do so within 60 days of the vacancy, the special election must be held on the next regularly established election date, which would have been November 2nd, 2021.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
No, just real quick, I think the District 3 should appoint their own representative.
You like their own representative?
For them to elect their own representative, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Elias Salinas?
Good morning. Hollister Municipal Code, Section 2.04.300, vacancies. All of you voted on this tonight to approve the new municipal code and update it. And vacancy section states, a vacancy on the city council from whatever cause may be filled by appointment by the city council from the electors of the district in which the vacancy occurs. A person appointed to fill the vacancy shall hold office for the unexpired term of his or her predecessor. If you all feel that vacancies must go by special elections, why did you even include it in the newly approved municipal code sections? Jim Gillio was appointed after, I can't even remember the young man's name. He was only there for 3 months. And then Carol Lenore was appointed after, unfortunately, Ray Friend had to leave due to health reasons and move up and be closer to his daughter. So there's a reason why previous council members have this section for vacancies, because these things do happen. And it is in the best interest of the community for it not to be a cost to the city. So I would think that you guys would want to save money and you would want to follow the own rules that you guys just approved. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I heard from the council. Is there any other questions or comments? I think I heard a consensus to move to an election at the November 2nd, as you pointed out.
So with that direction, I would come back to the next council meeting with a resolution requesting a consolidated municipal election, or I'm sorry, consolidated election with the county.
Okay.
And hopefully receive confirmation from them that we can do a consolidated, and maybe I'll find that out before I even do so I can figure out if I use the word consolidated or not.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I never even seen mention of the vacancy. Can we at least put out a quick press release mentioning that the previous council member has stepped down and that we have all, in a 4-0 vote, has decided to put this up for a special election? Sorry, it's late. But just to get people thinking about it, just to get the word out there, can we at least put out a small press release saying those two things to the local newspapers? Is that okay?
Sure. I think I'm looking at Jason, but I think we can do that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. I didn't have my glasses on. I didn't realize you were looking at. Yes, there's no reason the city can't do that.
Can we also put it out on the social media as well, please?
Correct. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, there was a consensus on that item. We'll now move to item G10.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So with D3's vacancy, we have some council committees to fill. So the first one would be the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, AMBAG. The current member is District 1, Rick Perez, and Councilmember Spencer was the alternate. So I'm requesting we select a new alternate or member, and I have a list. So if I can go through them.
Okay.
So the first one is AMBAG. I need an alternate.
Anyone interested in being the alternate on that one?
I will.
Rick, you want to be an alternate to yourself?
Yeah, I will.
I could be the alternate if that works.
Thank you.
Okay. Next one.
Governance Committee. Currently, the members are Councilmember Perez and Tim Burns, and Councilmember Spencer was the alternate for that.
That meets in the day, or when does that meet?
On governance? That
Yes.
was- I think, wasn't that the one that we just changed to council governments?
Is Governance Committee the same as the Intergovernmental? No.
No.
Council
Different,
governments,
different.
no.
Has to do with the water.
Have you ever met?
No,
I think they rarely meet.
no, I haven't never met with them.
Well, I don't mind being an alternate for that one too then.
Okay. The Pajaro River Watershed Flood Prevention Authority. I have Councilmember Spencer and Councilmember Burns. There was no alternate for this one.
Actually, I believe I am the alternate in that case. I did participate in a conference call with their director, and she was kind enough to educate me on who they are and what they do. And so I'm willing to commit to do that without an alternate if it's the will of the council.
That'd be great, sir.
Thank you. The San Benito County Integrated Waste Management Local Solid Waste Task Force. Councilmember Spencer was the member and her alternate was Councilmember Perez.
Okay, Mr. Perez, you're on deck now.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you look at all these lists, it's like, I cannot make it to all these meetings all the time. I am totally, no, I'm not gonna be able to do that. But you know, I did notice that Vice Mayor Resendez, it's like, you know, I don't see your name up here a lot. Would you be willing to volunteer for me?
Sure.
Awesome.
So are you saying you don't want to be the alternate for that one either? You're the alternate currently.
I'll stay. I'll stay. I mean, as alternate.
Alternate.
Yeah. I got way too many. It's like I'd like to share some of the committee with everybody.
This isn't all of the lists, just so you know. These are just the ones that Councilmember Spencer. Okay.
I got mine right here.
The Oversight Committee of the former Redevelopment Agency. Current member is Tim Burns, and the alternate was Honor.
I've done that one before. I can be the alternate, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
The Senior Advisory Area Agency on Aging.
I'd be happy to do it, Mr. Mayor.
Who, was she the acting member or the alternate?
She was the alternate.
She was alternate. Yeah.
So, who is the acting member, Mr. Perez?
Mr.
I am.
Perez.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Resendez said he'll be the alternate?
Sure.
Okay.
3CE, Central Coast Community Energy. Current member was Honor, and her alternate was Rick.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Well, I think they meet.
I got a question too. So once the election comes through, then we're going to be spreading these out again, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'll take 3CE.
Okay, you'll stay on that. All right.
Yeah.
And the alternate then?
I could be alternate
Thank you, Roland.
if it's okay.
It's fine.
Economic Development, EDC, and I'm not. Councilmember Burns is the current member, and Honor was his alternate.
I'm willing to be the alternate.
Thank you.
And Christine, the department liaison?
Yes, department liaison. Honor was the department liaison for airport, community services, and information systems.
Oh, that's a perfect fit.
I don't mind doing that either.
All of them?
Yeah, I can do them both.
There's three. Airport,
What was the other
community,
one?
airport, community services, and information systems.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yep.
That's it, we're done.
All right, the council's good with that?
Yep.
Consensus on that? Thank you. H, I, J, and K, there's no business. You know, okay, is there a motion to adjourn? It's getting late here.
So moved.
Second,
The motion and a second roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yep.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Good night,
Good night, everyone.
Good night.